Hello and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane. You know I do appreciate you for tuning on in on what is a first place Wednesday. It feels like that to me. I don't know. Maybe we've just been riding high for a couple weeks, but it just feels kind of nice like that, don't it? Seahawks have a very important game here coming up against the Arizona Cardinals in a couple of days, looking to just further, if they can, strengthen that grip on the division. If it is possible, though, you know you're going to get the Arizona Cardinals' best punch. This is, of course, the Seahawks Weekly Roundup. If you can hit the like button on your way in the door, just the kind of standard thing I ask for if you can, or sub on up as we're doing great on the growth side of it. But we got a lot to get to today. So let's dive right in up off the rip here on the many items that we do cover. This is a show that we do try to look back on the previous week's news, Seahawks news, the game, if we are in season like we are now, just as kind of a chance to recap events and little bits of stories that might have slipped through the cracks. We'll go back, look about a little bit more at some of the film, take a little bit of a closer view as to maybe what happened. But let's start today with the man, the myth, the legend, the guy that has set the world on fire, especially these past couple of weeks, and that is Leonard Williams. Leonard Williams came here last year at a trade deadline, second-round pick. You spent $20 million plus a year on him on the new contract this offseason. He was your centerpiece of free agency, essentially, and the money that you gave out, that was a big part of the money you gave out. And he has been really good and steady for you almost in every single game he's played since coming over last year, a year where he had to play 18 games because of the wonky bye nature of where it hit for both of the two teams he played for. 18 games last year, yet he always was there, always rising to that occasion as he could. And while he didn't dominate, he's always been very steady and has had some games where he's very much flirting with dominating. The Denver game in the opening season, the Rams game he was good in. He had a little bit of, I think, a rib issue for a couple of games this year, including, I think he missed one game due to it. But then as soon as he got back to being healthy, he was right back to that pressure machine, who is also a really good run defender in addition to that. And these last two games has been completely next level. 10 tackles, 6 tackles for loss, 4.5 sacks, an interception, a touchdown return, 6 quarterback hits, 2 pass deflections. Oh yeah, and one more thing added onto this, and that'd be a blocked extra point in addition to that. That's only in the last 2 weeks. He is going to start to make some legitimate noise for Defensive Player of the Year. I'm not saying he's the front-running candidate here. I'm saying he's the first guy that you're going to see voted for in the grand scheme of things on this, but it isn't as far away as you might look on the surface of this. Because when you do take a look at the defenders this year who might be up into that range of being possibly Defensive Players of the Year, nobody's really running away with it right now. You can see Leonard Williams is 19th in the league in sacks, but Trey Hendrickson's only the guy leading at 11.5 sacks. So it seems like a little bit this year, maybe the sacks are down just a little bit in that neighborhood of things. Tackle numbers are all fairly even across the board on most of these guys that aren't inside linebackers as well, or play some of that linebackers. There's probably some other guys that would get votes ahead of a guy like Leonard Williams if it were to be had today, but he is starting to rise up this list. And he's in the neighborhood close enough that if he finishes this season off on this trajectory, this roller coaster going in this direction, then I think he certainly is going to make more and more noise, especially if this defense can continue to round in shape. If you look at his overall ranks here within the general PFF scores, because that what I just showed you is kind of the neighborhood of just general stats and the tackles and sacks and tackle for loss numbers that you just saw a second ago there, where again he's pretty good along the line. 10 tackle for loss. The top you get here is going to be 15, 14. So again, in the neighborhood thereof, right? Just he's in the neighborhood. He's flirting around up in there. As far as PFF scores go, Cameron Hayward is your number one guy. This is for defensive linemen, not edges, but DLs, DTs. Dexter Lawrence, who is now out for the season, so not a possible guy that's in play on this. Chris Jones, always the effervescent one there that is present, is certainly a possibility here, but then you have Leonard Williams right there at number 4. So advanced statistics, surface statistics, eye test and his impact on what he's bringing the defense, the way that he can impact both the run and the pass almost to an equal measure. He is really, really having an outstanding season here. His best maybe of his career, and not maybe, probably on the road with these last 2 games for the best of his career. And a guy that I think if he can keep this up, he doesn't have to stay at this blistering of a pace for the whole finish of the season, but if he can finish in somewhat of the neighborhood of where he's been out the end of this season and get up into that neighborhood of maybe 12 sacks, kind of right in that area, and then more tackle for loss, I'm going to say he's going to get some discussion, especially if the Seahawks defense can continue to average giving up opponents 12 points a game. Keep going down that road, and you'll get more and more, I think, talk around Leonard being that guy. But hell of an acquisition by John Schneider. We've given a lot of hell this year, and I've given a lot of hell this year at this times in this channel as far as the offensive line, but the guy's also made some really good moves here now in the last couple of years. Real good moves that aren't just, that's solid. I mean, he did fine on that one. Number one, the Ernest Jones trade, the 4th rounder that we gave up for this guy, especially if he ends up signing to a contract extension like Leonard Williams did this offseason, is going to look like peanuts that we gave up for him for what we're getting in the middle with him. And Leonard Williams, likewise, the 2nd rounder cost a lot. $20 million a year is a hefty sum. But I think we're all sitting there going, glad to pay it. Here, do you want my wallet? We can go with the wallet right. Got the wallet. Got it right here if you need it. Just no, I'm good. Here. There you go. Whatever, just take one of the cards, whichever, all of them if you need, really. He's worth it. It's pretty much been that. And so good to see Leonard Williams out there getting it done, handling business out there. Always nice. Big cat holding it down. And an interesting little statistic here, of course, too, is that per Pro Football Reference data, and they tend to be pretty sharp on this side of things, only 2 players in the NFL history have multiple sacks and a 90-yard interception return touchdown in the same game. That's the Seahawks' Devin Witherspoon and the Seahawks' Leonard Williams. Of course, Devin Witherspoon last year in the New York Giant game. So just a little fun fact for you about the 90-plus interception return. And interesting little stat there, huh? Isn't that kind of just a we live in a matrix kind of stat? I don't know. We're in a simulation, maybe? Perhaps? I don't know. Laviska Shenault. Someone was going to take, I suppose, the heat for the special teams blunder of this past weekend. 3 fumbles, 2 fumbles lost. He had a rough day at the office returning kicks. And he is a guy that is brought here this offseason before he did anything else. It was kind of, I think, almost understood that they weren't really going to try much as a punt returner because he just didn't seem to be comfortable doing that. Kick return is what you're going to do. That's your job. There you go. Lock it in. Even on offense, we had very few packages for him. They didn't seem to be very comfortable putting him out there on the field. That's kind of a little bit of an indicator to me there on that one where there's some room right now for some utility guy to come out there. A little gadgety kind of plays to be brought into the mix here. We could all say that. But yet he wasn't a guy being brought out to do any of that. You could say, well, they're telegraphing their plays. It's going to him if you're going to bring him out for that stuff. But I still would say also, well, telegraph or not, they're kind of seeing where things are going anywhere as it stands as on offense as it is. So, we're already kind of telegraphing. It does seem like maybe this is one that is not as happy with potentially also, I think, work ethic. I would wager to guess that this is more than just simply he had a couple fumbles this past weekend, and they're cutting him for that. He had a guaranteed contract here for this 1 year of a deal that he's on here for the season. So he gets that money, no matter what. I think this was just one where they weren't happy with what they're getting back on the returns. And if you're going to fumble, say nothing of getting actually those good returns, and he wasn't particularly a good returner this year either, you're not going to be able to even hold on to the ball, then it's hard to justify your presence on the roster. It's not that cold-blooded at that point. We've got to have guys that are helping out here, and you can't have that kind of performance like we had last week. There's a 10% chance he's got the yips. You got to yip him out of town on that one. So too bad on that one. Unfortunate for Laviska, but understandable for why the team would make this move. You get to a professional level, it's kind of understood that you're going to be able to catch a kickoff when that is your sole job. I'm just saying. I'm not trying to kick the guys down, but I am kind of just saying. All right, let's get on into some of our segments here. Let's dive on in. Dave Barclay, it's good to see you in the house, man. Thank you for the $2 donation. Says, what's up, Brendan? You good? Hawks better than the Niners. Well, we had to wait a while to get to this spot of things, Dave. It's taken a minute or two. So, we got a half a season. but you guys have been rolling for a few years now, so maybe we're pulling back on the tug of war here. We're getting a little bit of the rope back for a couple of years, but Jesse a little dark with a 2027 prediction. That's a bit of ways out, but maybe so, especially if you guys will be doubling back down into Brock. We'll have to see on that one. But it's good to see you in the house, man. All of you as well. Brandon Mills, we're in the cut. Ben, what's up? All right, let's bounce on over here to our PFF grades of the week. All right, let's see how our boys did this week. And I got to tell you, it was a drunk football game. And I think that the PFF graders were also drunk. So I don't know if they were doing keg stands. I don't know if it was fireball shots, maybe Jägermeister. But some of the grades you're going to see on this one are a little bit of a head scratcher. Geno Smith, your highest graded player coming out of this game. He firmly is established in the top 10 in PFF scores as far as quarterback play this season with a 75.9 grade. Jackson Smith, DK right there. Not too surprising numbers between those guys. Charles Cross, solid day, 66.8. It wasn't perfect. And there is some discussion in the fan base out there right now a little bit about Charles Cross's performance this year. And, to take away, Denver game and where's he at? And he's still been, I think, plenty fine for us. Another guy, much like with Geno, a top 10 rated player for his position this year by PFF. Not to give them the end-all be-all on these grades, because as we say, there's plenty of room and opening, but I think that a lot of some of the stats on this can be traced back to some of the other issues at play here, being one-dimensional offense and a little bit too pass-heavy, giving you higher percentage of hurries, higher percentage of sacks when you have more necessity of attempts. Zach Charbonnet, pretty good day at 61.7, considering where some of his days had been out there. They didn't like Walker's as much at 60 grade. Tyler Lockett, 59.9. Go down to the bottom, and as we tend to see here, it tends to be a trail of tiers of offensive linemen at the bottom of the rated levels. We have 29.3 with Saatoa Lamea. I will be doing some featuring of some clips here in a few minutes or so. By a few minutes, probably about 20 minutes or so. We're going to take a look at Saatoa Lamea in this game and some of these cut-ups, and you'll see, I think, that maybe PFF was being just a smidge. What's the word I want to use? Unfair? I don't know. Oluwatimi, 50.5 grade, a guy that had that first start, very well graded in the first start. It's been backtracking just a little bit since that first start. Jake Bobo continues to have a tough graded season. I don't know if it's a sophomore slump, but it's something going on there. Farrell Brown, not too well either. Noah Fant, didn't do too good. Laken Tomlinson, back down near kind of the bottom of the barrel as well. So 3/5 of your offensive linemen, again, at the bottom, as we kind of see on a weekly basis. I know there's going to be some discussion about how to rank these lineman scores and whatnot, but it is something we see pretty consistently overall. Defensively speaking, Leonard Williams, no surprise, led the way with a 92.6 grade. He was all over the place in this game. He was a wrecking machine. Could have had 3 sacks if not called back for the penalty. He was awesome in this game. Julian Love, another guy I'm going to be featuring here in a minute in one of my segments, had another very good, well-graded game. He is creeping up more and more this year, I think, as far as his level of safety play versus the rest of the safeties in this sport and his all-around play. Love to the leadership he showed at the end of the game, talking to Woolen in that moment when the game was on the line. He just seems like a guy who's really rounding into, his final form as a player for a guy that was once a cornerback convert coming out of, college. Him and Kobe Bryant have somewhat of a similar trajectory, and that they've had to kind of eventually land at these safety positions. And with that, you'd maybe give them a little bit more time to get better at those positions versus thinking that they're a finished product and that what they are now is where they'll be as 2-3 years from now. And in Love, he's really maybe having his best season of his career. Certainly Kobe Bryant is also well graded in this game. So your tandem of safeties are getting it done. Tariq Woolen had a very well graded game at 79.3. Mafe, solid in his area. Tyrese Knight, relatively solid. PFF does not tend to like Ernest Jones for whatever reason too much. They had him at 57.5. Draymond Jones, 59.7. He's been about right in there all season long. I don't know how Witherspoon's down at 58.1 in this game. I thought he played well above that. At the bottom, they've got Jaron Reed, who's tended to be one of your higher graded defensive tackles throughout the season. Josh Jobe, who got picked on a little bit. You don't want to throw it to Devin. You don't want to throw on Reek. So you got the odd man out on that, where you're going to get a lot of targets as the third cornerback in this defense. Roy Robertson-Harris was not able to quite get much done necessarily by at least the ratings, and Byron Murphy at the nose tackle looked like he had a little bit of a tougher day. Derek Hall continues to have a little bit of a fade go on through the back half of this schedule. Started out very strong, but it seems like he kind of ran out of some gas pretty quickly in his ability to bring much impact at this point. Special teams wise, Leonard Williams on in there with your highest graded special teams with your block kick. So no shocker there. Farrell Brown, Derek Hall, Byron Murphy. Never know what to make much of these. I don't know how, for instance, you have D. Williams at 59.8 when you have a fumble. It's like you should be in the 40s at that point to me. You know, there's a, to their measure on this, Michael Dixon's a 65 on a special team score grade, and D. Williams is a 59.8, and D didn't return anything. You know, Dixon, you go, how do we, there's a 0.3 difference of these guys, 0.8 difference of these guys. I don't know how you guys come to your math on that one, but this was a weird week all over the place on the PFF scores, and sometimes some of these weeks can be just like that, which is why we always say you pair it up with what you see on the field and what the eye test is, and you don't let it necessarily weigh out over anything else on that side of it. That's the ideal. All right, let's move on here and move on into our next segment here, which is one that's one of my little light-hearted segments. Before we do that, I do want to give a shout-out and a tip of the cap. Because along this, I do not want to wait to acknowledge your big-time donation, $50. Bit long this, dropping a $50 donation drop in the house here on the Hawks Nest. He says, is the NFC West mediocre, or are the AFC East and NFC North matchups hiding really good teams in a tough NFC West that will be hardened by playoffs? I think that the NFC West is one that is that it's got sort of, you know, we look at the long list, we look at prospects, and we'll say in certain ones, he's got a high floor, but maybe a bit of a low ceiling. And I think that what you get more with the other teams out there in the NFC in particular on this is more of probably the high ceiling, but then the bit of the questionable potentially floor, even with the Detroit team. I mean, if Detroit went out into the first round, as magical a year as this is, I'm not trying to jinx him along this, but as magical a year as it is meant for Detroit, if they suddenly came out into round one and they lost after having an opening bye, it would be surprising, but I don't think it would be shocking. It would be a very Detroit thing to have happen to them. And they've looked like a juggernaut this year and all that, but there are some things with them too that are potentially worrisome that could, bite them in the butt when you get into the playoffs. For instance, pass rush, where's that going to be without Aiden Hutchinson when you're going up against a really good quality team? And so with us on the surface of it, yeah, they're more on the high ceiling side of it. But to your point on the hardening, let's concentrate on the hardening. The being tougher, being in those closer battles, being in a division where every week it's pulling you in that way, and there is no real freebie feel to it. That you've got to bring your A game every week to come away with the W. That there's something in that feels more week in and week like a playoff like matchup to you, and I don't think that those divisions where you have teams running away with it as much necessarily get as much of that feeling. How much that's going to be worth once you get into the playoffs, how much that gives one team an advantage over the other that might not have that as much in effect, I'm not too sure. And it probably depends on the team. I mean, even a Detroit team might be a little bit more hardened in their approach because they've been here for a couple of years doing it. They've had some playoff success. They're really prepared to make this kind of run versus a team like the Vikings where they haven't necessarily been as much in the mix on this recently. And so maybe they're a little bit wide-eyed and bushy-tailed and just kind of caught up in the moment once you get them in there versus a team who's just been grinding it out every week, trying to just find their way. Just every week they're in that mine with that pick, just chiseling, versus those that are just, walk right into the mine. They're like, there's gold here. Look, it's right there in the wall. It's right there. No, I didn't have to go that deep. I went 5 feet in the mine. It's coming right out of the wall there. I don't think we'll need a pickaxe. I can just pull it out. No, it just pulls right out. Yeah, we're in there every week. Ting, 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 ting. So it's there's maybe something to that there along this. There's maybe something a little bit that I like the idea that there is. I think there kind of is. I think you can have it to be where you have your division too rugged too, and you end up just going through the mangler coming out the other side of it, and like, oh, well, We got to the playoffs. You get to the playoffs and you're just a little puff of smoke comes out of your team, and that's all that's left. So there's a little bit of maybe a downside to it too on that, where it can go too far. But I like that. I like the thought of the hardening up of a team a little bit with this next week to the proof of what you're talking about is going to be a week where you're again going. You even have McDonald talking about this is a playoff game. It is. You get this win and what this sets up for you, and how you can start laying the ground to prepare yourself for that playoff run, including being hardened, is big time here. And he's recognizing that, and I think that's appropriate. I love to hear them talking like that. I did like always the Carroll kind of every game is treated the same championship opportunity, but this one especially. Like, let's keep in mind what we got here, and especially to fight against, maybe from McDonald's perspective, of a couple games of a winning streak, young team, just want to make sure they're not starting to feel themselves a little too much. Don't want to start feeling yourself a little bit too much. Stay locked in here. But I don't think the NFC West is bad this year as far as the worst division, or there's not a couple of other ones I would definitely put up there. I think that the AFC East is way worse. The Buffalo Bills are anything of any quality coming out of that division. And while the AFC North, which is raised up as this great pillar by some people, oh, the AFC North. It's like, well, Bengals are 4-8. The Browns are 3-9. AFC South, you got an 8-5 team leading that division with the Texans. The rest of the three teams below them are trash. You know, maybe the AFC West, you could say, is a little stronger, but they still got the Raiders in that division. When I look at it now, even as I really break this down, I think you really could make probably the argument that the NFC West is, in my opinion, at least the third strongest division in the NFL as far as their record and what they've done, in my opinion. Are there some teams that might have a little bit of prettier records up at the top? Sure. But I don't think there's also a lot of trash at the bottom too. Whatever golden tower they may live in with their number one team, there's a pile of trash down at the bottom. We don't have as much trash down the bottom. When the Niners are your bottom feeder team, you've got a pretty decent division, I think. Team coming off their Super Bowl loss. But along this, that is a very kind $50 donation on your part. I really appreciate the support to the channel, my man. I salute you for that. And great question as well. I think we'll learn a lot about that. And you get to the playoffs this year with a home playoff game, and that team's got to come into your house. And maybe it will be a team that has a better record than you along this coming to your house. But you with the home field advantage, you with some of that hardening going on, maybe that allows you to win out in that game and even carry that forward with some momentum into the playoffs, especially if you're playing your best brand of football by that point in time of the year. Something we don't know, but that would definitely be something that this team can play its best brand of football, find some true consistency on both sides of the ball at the same time. You're on the road, you're on the path to looking real good. But long this, you're already on the path to looking good, man. I appreciate that donation, and that's very, very kind of you. Great question. And thank you so much for the support. Allow me to do what I do here with that kind of support. Really appreciate it. All right, let's keep it rolling here. We've got to move on to the next segment here. This tends to be a lighthearted one. And unfortunately, this is going to be a little bit of a lighthearted one. One guy actually loses his job on this, so it's maybe not so lighthearted today, but we've got to point to it. There's no other place in this game that I can point to or look to or go, this is the one point of frustration in this game that shouldn't have happened, that you had some control over. I just don't understand it. Well, this is not the case here. First up, our man D. Williams. First thing I want to say is, D. Williams, you're not back there to be the kick returner. You're the backup kick returner in this game. Laviska is supposed to be the guy. This ball, if you watch it in the air and if you watch to the top of your screen, watch the ball twisting back to Laviska here. So if Laviska is allowed to go get this ball, he goes with momentum into the return. But because D. Williams decides to cut him back and cut in front of him, Laviska doesn't get the ball. Part of me wonders at times there's some lack of unhappiness from the coaching staff going, you're the kick returner. Call him off there. You've got it. So D. Williams decides, okay, I'm going to take it up. Fumble. You've had an awful year from D. Williams' perspective. You haven't had a lot of necessarily fumbles. It's been more of you been the muff man. That's what we've been nicknaming you, is that we've been saying the Muff Man cannot catch a punt. But now you're fumbling on kickoffs. At a brutal time of the game, by the way, after they just scored a touchdown. Give it right back to him. Thank you for that, D. That gift that keeps on giving, D. Williams, and he still does remain on the roster. Okay, that's not the exact moment, though. And we come back to Laviska. You turned down that first one. You didn't call him off. And you almost give this thing up. Fumble, kick it, look at it. Thankfully, he just falls on it at the end rather than trying to pick it up. But again, what the hell is going on here? What's going on here? Is it a joke? Is it a joke to you? You laugh? You having fun? Don't know what in God's name the man's doing here. But we as fans are starting to get a little wee bit frustrated at this point, aren't we? Just a tiny bit like, okay. Get it together. This is your job. $1 million. Guaranteed salary. No other role in the team. This is your only role. This is your only job. Comes back. Final time. Bonk, donk, donk. Ding, ding, bang. Ding, bonk, bank. Oh, my goodness. Laviska Shenault with the third fumble from your kick return game. Third fumble of the day from your kick return unit. A brutal one where he never has it. Doesn't just fall on it, as I say over and over again with these players, with these fumbling balls in front of their face. We're taught at a very young age that when you see the fumble, don't pick it back up. What are you going to do in that moment you pick it back up? What's the magical thing you're going to go do there? I'm going to get it up to the 30-yard line. Best case scenario. Best case, fall on it, cradle it, hold it like a baby that you're trying to protect from a falling building. That is what you're supposed to do. Instead, he not only has the error occur, has the mistake happen, but makes a bad mistake worse by trying to corral the ball after it is fumbled. This is why you have been released. I don't say it with any happiness in my heart. It's a brutal blow for you, Laviska. At least you got the guaranteed contract, but my goodness, come on, man. I struggle with that one. That one's just tough for me. You get paid to do one job, and it's one little tiny little narrowed. Okay, we got this little needle-sized crack of a roll for you, okay? Just a needle-sized crack of a roll, that's it. Yeah, that's all we got. I could do all this stuff too. Don't need to do that. Just that little thing right over there. That's your responsibility. Bet. Got you. But do you? But do you? All right, let's keep a little bit of the lighthearted part of this going. We've got a segment return today. I've been trying to tap into at times the power of the childlike power of psychic, the cat feline power of psychicdom. They're sort of tapped into some other extra dimensional universe. I don't know what it is. It's just the rumors out there. I'm putting it to the test this year. And we've been doing this with Pumpkin Predicts. I've been missing a week or two with here, but we got her coming back today. My kitty, that one right over my right shoulder right now, sleeping her butt off. She's got some predictions to do today. It's time for Pumpkin Predicts. Let's see what she's got on this Cardinal Seahawks game. I put 2 plates of salmon at the far end of the hallway. I put the cat at the other end of the hallway. I do not guide her. I let her choose her path. And she'll go in different directions, as you will see today, but she ultimately will choose who the winner will be. And that is the most important part. Let's go, Pumpkin. What do you got this week? Wait a second here. Hold on. Wait a second. This is wrong. Ignore this. Ignore that. That was an old one. Here we go. Cardinals home team on the right. Seahawks away team on the left. Pumpkin set up here. She's looking deep down that corner. I don't know. She doesn't know what you want to do. Oh, not yet. I want some loves first. Okay. Attention, pets, then salmon. That's the order on that one. She comes back around the other side, looking. Oh, look at the confidence, folks. No drifting. No moving to the right. Straight to the left bowl. All the way. It feels like a 34-17 prediction to me. That the confidence that she exhibited going straight down, straight down that. There was no wavering. We've seen her in certain weeks. Waver this way. You knew, oh man, that's going to be a close game. She was like she was on the roadway and they had the painted lines and like, do not cross. You got to go for that Seahawks win. So I think 34-17 is a pretty accurate, I'm here doing the, transcribing. I'm doing the alliteration. I live with a cat every day. I can tell what she means when she does what she does. 34-17, write it down. Pumpkin predicts, and she's almost never wrong. Like, yeah, half the time, almost never wrong. 50% of the time, she works all the time. That's all I'm saying. Let's keep it moving here. Let's keep it moving on to our next segment. This is the one where, look, the NFL has eliminated the hits in the NFL. There's not as many of them anymore. It just doesn't happen as often. But there's still usually one or two that you can grab every individual given week. So let's look at this. Let's look at our biggest hit of the week.
The biggest hit of the week.
Dave Barclay, I like that one. And this one is going to go to our guy who's also going to be my underrated hero of the week in this one. It is 3:25 to go in the third quarter. You are down 21-16. The Jets are driving right around the midfield marker. It's looking precarious, this game at this moment. A touchdown at that point. You got a couple possessions maybe left in the game, and then you're going to have to probably score 2 touchdowns to make that happen. Instead, here's what occurred instead. We got safety Julian Love coming down from his center field position, rallying to the ball carrier. Breece Hall knocks the ball free from him for the fumble. This is a very hard play for a center fielder to make. Purposeful, putting that pad right into that football as he comes in to make the tackle, knocking that ball free. Such a huge moment in every way, and not every way, in just about as much a way as the Leonard Williams turnover was. This factor in huge like that to give your offense back the ball, to take away the Jets from another score they were about to happen. You can see that's right on the midfield stripe there. They're driving. If he's just tackled down here, I think it's like a 2nd and 2. So they're moving. They're starting to feel themselves a little bit here. He comes up and makes what is a very hard tackle for a safety to make, especially if you want to consider him what would be, I know free safety, strong safety is kind of ubiquitous in this defense. But if you want to call him a free safety, former cornerback convert coming up and making that play, it's a hell of a play to be made. It's a great hit. Is this a decleater? No. Is this the one that's going to cause snot bubbles? No. But is it one that caused the fumble to help change this game's perspective and you have an ability to win it? Yeah, on top of playing an excellent game, as we saw by even his PFF score here. In addition to that, he was awesome in this one. And again, you'll see why in a minute. He's my underrated hero of the week, but just one of the reasons this great play here by Julian Love. Big time clutch by him in that moment, man. Big time players make those kind of plays when you need it. And he has been such a great acquisition for us the past couple of years. Guy kind of originally signed as somewhat of a Jamal Adams insurance. He has proven to be much, much, much more than that. Got cat hair on my nose here. All right, here we go. Let's keep this all going along here and on to the next segment. Let's get to this one. We got this one's where I always try to find one play call or another during the given game. That's one that kind of feels a little bit different. One play call might stand out. There's many play calls that you can kind of go to. This week, there's one that definitely stands out. That's one above all else, an easy one to go to. And that's going to be the Leonard Williams interception. But let's take a look at that play call that hit just a little bit different.
This one hit different.
And this week, we're going to be taking a look at the Leonard Williams interception. And the Leonard Williams interception is a great interception. His pick, his ability to tip the ball up into the air to himself, to then go house that ball, to get to 17.5 miles per hour as a man who weighs 320 pounds is insane. That's the longest return for a defensive lineman in NFL history. All of that part is crazy and cool, and he deserves to be lauded in every way for getting that part done. But what set the stage for that pick was the scheme and the designs of this individual play from a defensive standpoint to set that stage up. This is a 3rd and 7 on this play. 3rd and 7. And you guys have no doubt seen this pick over and over again, but you probably haven't seen the all-22 angle on this, where when you look at this alignment, as I've said many times on doing these kind of play calls, you tell me what the coverage is. You tell me what's going to happen pre to post snap. That's not cover 2, is it, out there? You've got your 2 safeties sitting to the back edge of this situation here. You see on my cursor, 2 safeties are sitting back here right next to each other. You got press coverage all across the board. You've got a blitz look from the high side But Devin Witherspoon's going to end up being the blitz guy from the low side. So you're giving Aaron Rodgers a lot to process here pre-snap, and nothing in that is automatic. He probably thinks, I think this is man coverage, but he doesn't know if it's man coverage for sure. Probably just, you're guessing in this scheme. But let's run it a few times. Give you guys a feel for the play just in how it looks. I'm not going to run it all the way back with his run back. You guys have seen that part before. Plenty, I'm sure. But let me just run this a couple different ways to you. And notice how, what I want you to watch with this with Aaron Rodgers is how quick his decision-making is from point A to point B on this. And I've looked at the other all-22 angle on this from the end zone angle, and he never looks over to the left side. It may be a little bit of a question in your mind as you're watching this. Does he ever look left? No. He predetermines before the snap he is going right with this ball all the way. Why do I think this is important? Because of the fact that Mike Macdonald is forcing this. He's forcing Aaron Rodgers to think about this play in a certain way, to predetermine what he wants to do with the ball, to then have the best result happen, be it an interception. Does Macdonald know this is going to be a pick? No. But in my opinion, almost from start to finish on this play, he's forcing Aaron Rodgers' eyes and he's forcing Aaron Rodgers' throw to where he wants the throw to go to. And why I really believe this is because watching that other all-22 angle, when Rodgers never looks up here at the high side of the screen, Tariq Woolen comes up and press, he says that's game over. And he's got Jenkins here outside of the right shoulder of Tariq Woolen to take on the running back when he goes out into a flat route or whatever route he's looking to run. So in that determination pre-snap to Rodgers, along with the threat of the blitz, which Rodgers is very readily aware of, that possibility here. That's why he's getting this throw out so fast. He makes this determination that this has got to get to a hot route read very quickly. And then it just becomes which is the hot route. And I think part of the reason why he doesn't go to this first guy top screen on the press is, number one, he doesn't trust him to get off the press of Tariq Woolen. But number two, it's more of a longer developing route. His quickest route here is going to be to Wilson, kind of in that middle point between the outside receiver and the slot with Davante Adams. He's going to run a slant right up the field like this. Straight slant, no getting upfield, just completely run it at that sort of diagonal route there. And then you've got Davante Adams with a little bit of a longer developing route, but the Seahawks, with these two safeties post-snap, have made Rodgers have to almost instantaneously take Davante Adams out of the play, because they have a strange kind of bracket coverage where he's going to come up the field and you've got a hawk on either side of him to deal with him. So it comes down to Wilson. And why does he throw it? Because he sees, I think, as soon as the snap comes in, he feels Witherspoon starting to close off that side as a blitzer. So he's feeling him close as a blitzer, being Witherspoon. And Witherspoon's late purposefully, because why? They want to set this up to make Rodgers feel like it's coming from up here. Make him feel like the blitz is coming from up here, then you send it from here, and then he's trying to throw into a hot that doesn't exist. That's what you ideally want to do. Rodgers does, I think, at the very last second pick this up. He predetermines he's going to throw this thing all the way, and he's doing what you're supposed to do as a quarterback, which is throw into the blitz. But this is that flavor, that spice, that little bit of extra that Macdonald gives you in the defense versus other defenses in this situation, where you might be blitzing the safety, but you're not going to be zone blitzing the two defensive tackles here. You've got both Jarran Reed and Leonard Williams are your inside guys here dropping out. So if that was a hot to the top side, if there was some hot that could land there, you had Jarran Reed to clean that up. You've then taken Leonard Williams here, and he's sliding where? Right into the slant. So as you see with Davante Adams, look at him getting up the field there. You can see you got bracket coverage on the two of them. 12 here is running a slant on the backside. They're kind of running double slants here. So you got slant here, and then you've got Davante Adams going up the field right into the bracket. So Aaron's got to go, okay, the bracket eliminates Davante. That's not basically, it is double coverage at that point. I got Witherspoon blitzing, so I should have a free hole right here to where I can hit this with Wilson running that nice route that we've got to counter this blitz. But you've got Leonard coming down, reading his eyes all the way, being Aaron Rodgers, and he's closing on that route every step of the way, because they understand the Seahawks and the alignment of the Jets by how they set this up, because this is a kind of route that they go to, I'm sure before many times on tape, that this is the route that they'll drive to on that hot when they go to that backside. If he's not going to go front, if he goes over here, they're going to probably try to target Wilson after you have Devontae run it off. So Devontae to run off the coverage initially, Wilson to come underneath. But the whole play is thrown into disarray by the fact that you're blitzing, you're zone blitzing out. You've got a lot of moving parts on either side. Watch Tariq Woolen at the top of this. Part of also what this does is you have Aaron Rodgers so jumpy on this play, and you get his eyes to completely ignore the high side of the field here, that he never sees the fact that though Reek gets a really nice press, he falls on his ass. He straight falls on his ass. But because Rodgers has predetermined the fact that he doesn't have a lot of time to throw on this particular play, he's predetermined where he wants to go throw the hot route read. He never takes a look and sees. He would have had time. If he dropped back, he's got a clean pocket here. So he didn't have to be this rushed. Seahawks are dropping plenty of guys back in coverage. At the end of the day, you're only bringing 3. You're only bringing 3. But you got him so sure by what he has seen pre-snap and where he needs to then go with it. And you've determined, you've forced them to predetermine where they want to go with the ball rather than letting a quarterback read a defense, rather than letting him be in that flow state post-snap where he feels comfortable in the pocket and he's just going through all of those individualistic reads and finding, just the spot he can dice you up perfectly, as we've seen Rodgers do to us many times over. But this is that part I talk about being complicated in McDonald's scheme. It's complicated because there's all these moving parts on this given play and what he's trying to set up and how he's trying to set the stage. All put up, by the way, on this. You're allowed to accomplish this because you're in that 3rd and 7. It's not a 3rd and 3, not a 3rd and 4. Harder to run those kind of concepts when you're like that, but you get him into the 3rd and long, and now it's going to be game over. Now you're in the wheelhouse for this defensive coordinator of where he's going to get you. But a great play call here. Obviously, an amazing play by Leonard Williams to do this and his athleticism and to get down the field and make this stick beyond just being a great play call. But set up by Mike Macdonald, forcing a legend, forcing a Hall of Famer in their eyes, forcing a guy that's seen every blitz in the book, confusing him as to where it's coming from and who's coming and who's not. Aaron Rodgers is sure with 100% certainty post-snap that there are more than 4 guys coming, I guarantee you. If you put him on the lie detector test, he'd say, there's at least 5, 6 guys coming, I'm sure of it. I looked at it, I'm sure of it. I don't think he would have said at the end of it, or he would have rushed that throw as much, even with Witherspoon coming, if he was as aware that there was only those 4 guys, the 3 on the defensive line, and then Witherspoon coming very late off the edge. But a great play call, one that just hit a little bit different.
This one hit different.
All right, let's keep this on moving here. Dave Barclay, thank you for another $2 donation. Appreciate you for that. And thank you for all your support this year on the channel. If you had to bet, what say you about tomorrow's game? So we've got... It's going to be a good one. I've been wanting to lean towards the Packers lately. Lions feel due for a loss. Special teams, or not special, but Packers have been slowly putting together a really good season. It's been very quiet, but a really good year. Jacobs has fit in there. He's not Saquon, so he's just not getting as much pub. It is on the road in Detroit. They're feeling themselves right now. But I'm also a little bit pre-biased on this one, Dave, where it goes back to my outlook of Green Bay before the year, where I thought they'd be the number 1 bye this season out of the NFC. And I'd like Detroit, but Detroit's had so many injuries recently, just makes me feel like they're approaching and getting and have gotten very close to that line where it's one too many. And I still don't always quite understand where they're getting their pass rush from, but their offense is a juggernaut. Sometimes you don't need a pass rush when your offense is going to score every single time, I suppose. I'd lean to the Packers in a close one, but I don't say it with much confidence. I don't know if I'd put a bet on it. I'd be more apt to try to put some of those bets on the over-unders for the players on that one, Dave, if I had to. All right, let's keep on going now. And let's move on to the next segment here, which is one that I've set up to try to take a look at those players that might have been able to do a little bit more in the past game and not gotten noticed as much. Leonard Williams is certainly your star of this game defensively, and not an underrated guy, much like last week. And Witherspoon's being talked about a lot and how he played, I think rightfully so too. And this guy's also been spoken about quite a bit as well, but I wanted to make sure that we really did highlight him because I thought he had an outstanding game overall and really loved the leadership at the end of this one. And that's going to be our guy, Devin Witherspoon. Or Julian Love, excuse me. That'll be our guy, Julian Love. Julian was really good in this game, all over the place on the film. Rewatching the All-22, you saw him playing a variety of different roles in this defense. Here, he's down in the box, closing, pursuit, gets all the way back across the field, hustle. Set the stage for you here. He's going to be right behind here, Draymond Jones, kind of at that 35-yard line, where he's got to get all the way across the field as number 20 here. And there's a lot of guys that missed their tackle on this play. Him truly playing this like a safety. He is your box defender here, so he's your Cam Chancellor-like guy here in his responsibility. Kobe Bryant's your single high guy over the top by the looks of things on this one, so he's got to be the guy that comes all the way across the field here to make this play. But these were what you got from him on tape. This is what you got from him throughout the year, where he's always playing hard. He's usually getting his responsibility done. If it's gone bad on the play, it's not because of him, but he's usually cleaning something up like he's cleaned up here, where you have a couple of missed tackles on this play. They're able to extend the run out, so they're able to keep this from being a better gain. It's a nice cut by Braylon Allen to cut it outside. But a good finish here by Julian Love. More run game tackle stuff here. Fills the hole. Again, from the alleyway, you're playing kind of a cover 2 here. So he's got to come up from about 10 yards up here to make the tackle. Now, he's dragged a little bit by Breece Hall. Hall's got some legit power in addition to some legit burst when his legs are right, but still able to bring him to the ground here and neutralize this play. You see another missed tackle before it gets to him. He's the guy that able to finally bring him down, though, on the play. It's in your name. That's why they call you safeties, is sometimes you just got to be the safety on the play and come up and make a play that's looking bad, not go into a worse state. Here again, coming up into the box, rallying, bouncing off the block of Malachi Corley. I believe that's Malachi 14. I can't remember on that one. But he's bouncing right off the block here. Fills the hole like a linebacker. Another nice tackle on this play. Right there to make it. You can see Tyrese Knight gets a little bit confused on this hole. He's thinking he's going to bounce it. Tyrese not playing it bad here. He's on that. Breece does look like he's going to cut there and just reroutes it the other way. But Julian Love, good job of being that extra defender down there in the box on this. So played the run really strong throughout this game, helping out as that defender there. Of course, we got this another angle on this one where Julian Love comes up from center field to cause the fumble, where he's coming from all the way back there in a cover 2 alignment. You know, you're initially dropping a step or 2 backwards before you're coming up. So think about that. You know, so you start back. Now you got to rally fast. You've got an NFL running back running full speed downhill at you, and you come up and you force that fumble. It's a very impressive play for a player to make. Because these backs are not easy to do that too. They're not easy to square up like that. Not when they see you coming. You're not hitting him from the side here in the hole. He can see you coming downhill right where you're coming, but you're just able to get on top of him and get him before he can react and force that fumble. Big in this game. Third quarter late, 21-16. Huge play in this game. Snuffing out the screen. Yes, sir. Instinctive as well. Smart as well. He's seen some things. He's seen a thing or two. And right here just comes right up, sees it the whole way, reads it, tackles the man in space. Not a single extra yard gained after the catch. Brought down right where he stands. Tackling from Love this year has been improved from where it was last year. It wasn't bad all the way through the year last year. It wasn't necessarily bad in general. There was just some moments. But really, he's come up and improved in this way this year. Just putting guys down where they stand. And gave up a couple completions if you look at it from PFF's grades on this day, but it's kind of a misnomer because the completions are actually like right at the line of scrimmage like that there, where it's a screen play for a couple of yards. But the longest completion he gave up of the day was 4 yards, and it was this one right here. His longest credited completion. Yep. So, hell of a day when this is your longest completion given up from the safety position as far as you being credited. So, great as a run defender, really good in pass coverage, game-changing play from the safety position in this moment in this game. This is why Julian Love is my underrated hero of the week. This is obviously, I'm joking here a little bit. They did credit him this for technically giving the completion. I guess you got to give it to somebody. But this is obviously stuff's going to happen like this down by the goal line. Kind of wish the Seahawks would run some of these concepts, huh? Wouldn't that be nice if we tried a little bit of that? little bit of misdirection down by the goal line. That'd be welcome. That'd be welcome. A little bit of, we're going to do a little bit of bonus run on this before we get over to you guys in the chat here. I want to show you just a couple of quick snaps, if I can, for you guys of the Sa'atoa Lamea initial play of this game. He was rookie starting his first game. Former 6th round pick of this last draft. He's been waiting on the bench. There's been many Hawk fans that have been banging the drum to get him back out there instead of these other guys we've been running out. He seems to have accommodated himself very nicely. Daniel Jeremiah was talking about how he was impressed by his tape on what he saw from him. He seems to have held up well enough that McDonald has said that he will be the starter as we move forward now here into this next week. And I would guess, hopefully, the foreseeable future is you'd like to lock in this revolving door of guards eventually and sort of land on somebody that you can kind of continue to roll with and start to get some of that cohesion part of the offensive line down. But our right guard had a pretty solid game to my eyes. I did not quite understand where we got to from PFF standpoint on this and how they arrived at feeling like he was a 35 grade or something like that. It was not a bad day. He was not being blown up on the all 22 that I watched. I'm going to go through some of these pass pro reps with you right here where you can see he locks this in pretty well. Gino eventually does break the pocket just because nobody's open, but this is one of those moments where Gino has an opportunity to go through 4 reads on this play and just decide, okay, I'm just going to take it. Like seeing Gino use his legs here, go take the free 4 yards. But good initial job here on his part of just locking in the pass pro. Nothing special on this play, just solid rep. Another one here. Helps out initially to the center, comes back, helps out the right guard, provides enough time for this crosser to set up. A crosser is a long developing route in this league. It takes a bit of time. Gino makes an insane throw on this play over the hand of the defender. But a good job of bouncing between the two players there and providing Gino the time he needs on this play. So a little bit of a help to both. Again, nothing spectacular about the rep, but solid. Certainly not a one play that I would put a grade of a negative on to him, right? And he is going to be your right guard here, folks. So if you're looking here, he's going to be right next to Abraham Lucas. It's where you want your eyes to go to when it comes to Sa'atoa. Number 63 in there. Another pass pro rep here from 63. Helps out with the double team. Just creating kind of a wall there is what you're doing, right? You're just sort of handing guys off as they're getting lateral. You're getting shoulder to shoulder with your guy, bouncing back between the two. Nothing super special, but affording enough time then for Gino to sit back there. This is why he's having more of that time to sit back there and assess and go through his reads and have that time to really determine where he wants to go with the football. So just another solid rep in pass pro. I, again, would hard pressed to understand how you can go with a negative grade on this one. A little bit of pancakes for you. Who brought the syrup? Who brought the syrup? Now, it ain't full of chocolate chips, okay? You ain't getting full chocolate chips on this one. Ain't no strawberries on this one, but it's a pancake. You get some stumbling, but I'm gonna still credit it as a pancake myself. That's worth a couple flapjacks. Nice rep there by Sa'atoa. Very nice job. Pass pro 5 here. Another play, a little bit of looping there, a little bit of an extra blitzer. Bam, Gino gets his one-on-one on the outside. The second he feels the extra pass, the extra blitzer coming from the right-hand side of the screen. That tells Gino post-snap, I got one-on-one with DK on the outside. Nice job by Gino here, too, of see Gino's eyes to the left. Keep that safety locked. Just for a half a beat. Keep that safety from driving over to that side. He knows the whole way he wants to go there with it, but just keeping the safety honest there. As for LeMay here, 63. Again, I know I say it over and over again. He's not doing anything that's next level here, but also just getting his job and not allowing penetration, which in itself is kind of amazing for where we've been at with the position. Let's be real. It's been bad. Another rep here in pass pro. This one, a little bit of a negative one that I would grade him on here. Gino ends up getting this over the top to DK, but one of the reasons Gino can't really, I think, step into this quite as much as he'd like to put this over the top and really put this underneath for DK is that he's got the pressure right there in his face from both left and right. And that does include Lemea's guy who's able to create a pressure on this play. Just gets his hands shot out a little bit too far. You want to create that hard impact when you're shooting those hands out. But if you go too hard, the player can work off your hands. He'll catch your hands and slide around them, give you that double hand swipe, which is what you get here. And so it's one of the things that'll happen if you're a guy that's like him, who's willing to, punch. You got some linemen don't want to punch. They're more kind of catchers and leaners in pass pro, and that's where they want to get it done. But with LeMay, he's willing to punch. He trusts his hands. Just got here. Sometimes you get got. That's what Marshawn told me. Sometimes you get got. Let's look at some of the good run blocks from this game from him, because a lot of the good run plays you had, you can find him in a centerpiece point in some of these plays and definitely getting his job done. Here, running a little bit of kind of a combo block situation, initially help out with Lucas at the point of attack, then slide off to the linebacker there, 44. Catches 44 just enough to delay him where his job is done on this play. Some of these plays you're going to see this run play not go for much or only go for 5 or 6 like this play, but he's doing everything he needs to do in his part. Lucas gets his guy locked up because partly Lumea has helped him get set up. See how Lumea is setting Lucas up to get in the right spot on that one before he transfers down to the linebacker. What you're going to do in this scheme, in this spread scheme, you're going to have a lot of these kind of blocks. So nice to see from him. Good run play on this one. Another one here from Charbonnet on a little bit of fullback dive on this play. Lucas gets kind of whooped off the snap here. But with Lamea, he does a lot better on this play. Able to get down to a reach block. So he's going to go down to the nose tackle. Slow it down for you guys on this play. 63 down to the nose tackle. Able to clear him out. If Lucas had landed his block, and that's why I want to say make sure you concentrate on what the block is that Lamea is doing. Because if Lucas lands his block here and actually seals it, look at that hole that's there. Maybe Oluwatimi's guy eventually comes back into play on that, but that's going to be a hell of a run there, in my opinion, for Charbonnet. If Lucas can hit 72, can get his block laid here, and he can pin him. See that hole right there? Charbonnet is still running. But Lamea did his job. Nose tackle gets cleared out. Oluwatimi's able to cleanly get to the second level fast because you've got the nose tackle out of the hole. So another nice block there from him. Another good double team block here with Abraham Lucas. This is just how you draw it up. This, from a grub standpoint, this is going to be, I think, a very clean rep from Lamea. Start out. Whoa, look out. All right, so you start out with double team Lucas Lamea. He peels off that, gets onto the linebacker, seals him up. Pancakes, baby. Once again, it's maybe not a pure pancake because some jet defender just comes rolling in like a carcass mid-play here at the feet of his other defender. Does that JSN? Did JSN throw one jet at another jet? I just noticed that. He just kind of jumps. Takes out his own man. He sets the stage for the pancake. But the timing. This is what I want you to feel on this. This is a timing play as much as it is a push play. We want initial push at the point of attack where the run's going with Lucas and Lamea. Get down to the linebacker and seal that up to create that hole. JSN has a little bit of a hard time on the guy coming through there that kind of ends up messing up with Walker there, the guy crashing down. Where JSN can't quite get in there on that block on 35. But still a very good run on the day. And really set up at that point of attack between Lucas and Lamea. Look at the push they're getting at the line of scrimmage. You're right around that midfield stripe. They're getting a good 3-4 yards down the field with that double team, and then he's getting to that second block. Perfect timing. Right as Walker's walking through, he's got that thing sealed. Other guys do their job on some of these running plays. They're going to go for a lot more. They will go for much further. Another nice double team block here. This is the spin play here from Charbonnet, where made a nice little spin at the end of this run. Haven't brought that spin out quite a lot. Again, Lucas, Lamea, double team combo here initially. The linebacker ends up getting himself blocked here. I don't know what the linebacker's doing 44 on this play, because he just kind of gets drawn into the block of Lucas and Lamea, and then Lamea's got him caught. Bam, you're caught. Again, thrown completely out of the play, nowhere near the ball carrier. Doing his job completely here. Handling first the double team and then neutralizing 44 completely. That's a beautiful rep. I don't know, again, where you're getting any kind of negative on this kind of rep. This is just how you draw it up and how you'd love to see it. You couldn't have better planned on having 44 come down at that spot to your right guard downhill. Like, bro, take a better route. Yikes. Yikes. Another excellent double team here on another nice run here from Walker. One where he's able to get out in front here. Again, quick double team. Doesn't have to do as much in helping him. This is that feel thing I like seeing too, because sometimes you need to help out on that initial double team with Lucas. Sometimes the defender runs himself out by single gapping in the wrong direction. So 54 is single gapping up into the right shoulder of Abraham Lucas on this play. And by deciding he wants to single gap it here, he runs himself out of that play, doesn't he? Because it's going to be an outside left zone run there. So he's taken himself out of the play. And what I like about that is LeMay doesn't spend too extra long on this play sitting down with Lucas. He gets right onto that next block. Oh, this thing's eliminated. Get down to the next block. Get it sealed up. You would have at times, I think, if you went back and watched the film on this at times, where this initial block would have a guy get held up too long and he'd miss the linebacker who'd slice through and then cut Walker down. But the realization that the lineman, initially this defensive lineman, let me run it really slow so you can see it. Watch the defensive lineman on Abraham Lucas here. He's going to go outside his right shoulder. So see that sweep move? I'm going to try to swim you. So he tries to swim to the outside, but this is a run going all the way to the left side. So look at LeMay. He's already down to the second block. He doesn't need to stay up here. It's neutralized. Nice hook by Lucas, by the way. I see it, Abraham. It's just a baby. It's a baby hook. It's a baby hook. They don't call baby hooks. But great run. Set up by some more good blocking there. Charles Cross does a good job on this play as well. But nice feel from LeMay on the double team here. Just a good feel for it. And let's finish it up here with this one, which is the best, one of the best reps of the day. Maybe he's had some better pancakes on the day. But here, really quick reactions by the defensive lineman from where he's aligned, pre to post snap. And he shoots right around that shoulder of LeMay, tries to get around him, and LeMay is able to just, from his knees, clear him from the hole to give Charbonnet a big opening to go run through. Shout out to Abraham Lucas with the belly block, where you lie on you fall to your belly and then make them have to climb over the top of you. Two men just like, that's a big man there to get over. Yeah, he's 6'6", legit, man. So it's not teaching tape with Abe. And he steps on Sato LeMay's leg, by the way, which is why LeMay gets down on his knees as well here. If you look closely, you can see he steps right on his foot, which is what leaves both men off their feet. But that just shows you the tenaciousness and grit of these men, because they still get the block laid down. Both of them do. Abraham from his belly, Saatoa from his knees. Not a bad day, though, from the rookie. Not a bad day at all. First day at the office, 6th round pick. You're going to have those nerves in the opening couple of series. Things like that seem to settle down overall. Certainly no worse than any of the guys that we've trotted out there so far this year. And maybe some legitimate upside with this kid as we get down the line on this one. The more he can get his beak wet, the more he can get in there and get comfortable with what's going on there. So hopefully that is the case with Saatoa, but not a bad opening rookie game for our guy. I thought he acquainted himself pretty well. That's your weekly roundup, though, folks. Let's see where my people are at here in the chat. I do want to thank you again, Dave Barclay and Long List. Thank you for the big time donations. Very kind of you guys for doing that. We'll see how long you guys want to be on the chat here today. We got a couple still shows here lined up here for tomorrow. The B&B show at 12 o'clock. Sorry, we had a bit of a scheduling snafu on that one. So we'll be back tomorrow on 12 o'clock on that Thursday. But let's see where you guys are at. John Robinson, how you doing? Says D. Williams must be a hell of a cover of kicks. All I'm saying, first time I ever saw D. Williams, knew he'd be shaky at returning punts. Yeah, we said for a while here on this one, maybe this guy's not the answer on this. Maybe this is not going to work. Maybe we should try to do something else here. And I think many of us have been saying this, and it's been smacking the team in the face. And I don't have a good reason for it, John. Is there just no other options out on the open market? I get Laviska getting moved on, I get is understandable, but shoot, D had more muffs than Laviska did in this game, you know, and so that's where we come to. I think there's some of this in the background locker room stuff, maybe a little bit too, but we'll see what they choose to do on that one. BP says this is when you need DS grids, probably. It was ayahuasca Gatorade. John says, I think the wind was ripping that ball over the stadium, which may have made it hard to judge, and Aaron missed a couple of throws as a result, maybe. I think that's very well possible, John. I think it is known for being a little bit of a windy stadium where they built it in swirling conditions, where swirling conditions then mean it can be harder for a quarterback snap in and snap out to quite calibrate the throw to the right spot. Because what's going this way in one moment might be going that way in the other moment. Steph says, if this defense does it again, I'm sold. Let's go, Steph. Soren says, K9 is a return man. I mean, if you want to risk it, it's risky, but are we at that desperate times, desperate measures? I think we might be close. We might be towing up to that line. John says, so how does the PFF convert to matting ratings? PFF hates all linebackers, including Curtis Jones. Have we found a starter in Kobe? I think we have, yeah. And it does seem like... now, the closer you get to the line of scrimmage, the more the PFF scores are a little bit out of sorts. And some of this depends, like offensive line, I think, is definitely tough for them. Linebacker play is one that they seem to struggle with. It does seem like maybe corners, safety, more defensive linemen, you can kind of get a little bit more of a better understanding for the most part. But it's all to be taken with that grain of salt and never is the end all be all. Hand Grenade says Mike had his first child. He did. Congratulations to Mike McDonald for the first kid, Jack. John, Derek Hall's taking another step backward if he's hurt. I wonder if he's hurt. I wonder if he's hurt too. We'll see with some of the rotations once Uchenez comes back and you have a viable potential alternative for him out there on some of those snaps. Josie Knight's doing a good job. He's been steady, solid. Very, very solid. John, I don't understand how PFF loves Bobby Wagner so much when he's literally makes zero impact plays anymore and he's a liability against the pass. I had a wondering about this as well. If Bobby is one of your higher rated linebackers in the sport this year, though he is again being graded really tough as far as his coverage grades 61, which is average-ish. One thing I wanted to look at was some of his numbers on how much they're dropping him into coverage. Yeah, so he had 615 drops in coverage last year, John. I would reckon to guess that he's going to be probably 100 less than that when it's all said and done this year, depending on how these games finish up. But I don't know, man. I don't see him make a lot of impact plays there. I don't see him. I haven't watched a lot of Washington games this year either, though. But 28 targets, 20 receptions. He's given up 144 yards according to Washington. The thing I know the Rams did a good job of was just keeping him out of coverage situations. The Muffin Man. Joe Smith says, we put up 34 in the desert. Let's have it go. I'm calling Big Cat for a strip sack on Murray. Well, Joe, once again, you're going to get that Evan Brown matchup with Leonard Williams. And one of the reasons that he's hunted both these past 2 weeks has been the guard that he's going up across from. And in Evan Brown, you have a former center convert back to guard. I know he's played some of both those positions with Detroit, but he is a better center than he is a guard, and he is a liability. And are you going to try to, in this game, it's going to be interesting to see if Arizona's going to try to double him more. I would guess yes, because of how much damage he has been doing. But then you're going to leave the potential of Byron Murphy singled up, and this might be the game that Byron Murphy gets to go hunt and really get freed up. How cool would that be? Like, oh, you're going to try to draw the double to the emerging DPOY candidate? Yeah, well, we got this first round guy who's just been waiting to eat. He's just been sitting, just waiting. Josie, I think they feel cutting both kick returners and finding new ones in the same week would be too disruptive. Cutting Laviska, no-brainer. D. Williams on thin ice. That sounds accurate to me. BP says, okay, Ryan Grubb prediction. K9, 17 carries, 85 yards, 1 touchdown, 4 receptions, 45 yards. Geno Smith, 3 touchdowns, 245 yards passing. I like it. That sounds good to me. That's definitely a dub, BP. Definitely a dub. Nick says, one fell over. Good thing he didn't look left. That's right. But there's Mike McDonald's brilliance because it forces on that play. He's got Aaron Rodgers just completely on that play says there's no such thing as the left side of the field on this play. There was only the right. He completely just pre-snap to post-snap determined I'm not looking over there. And again, I looked really close. You can see it clear as a day when you look at the 22 shot from the end zone angle. His head snaps right over to that right side the whole time. Dara says, Brendan's take on Grubb is that he is not the guy and is done with him. I know you would wait till the end of the season for your assessment of Grubb. Is it one done for him or give him one more year? Well, I am in the mode of really wanting to give the full season of an assessment to see how the team finishes up. And I think that, there's the thing where there's two things that can kind of be true here, Dara, where one thing is there's the one angle of this to say, well, your offensive line was very inhibiting this year in what you could do. It inhibited a lot of players on this team, but it also inhibited the offensive coordinator. And it's no small little thing. It's no just happenstance item that you throw onto the stack. It becomes a big driving force of your lack of productivity offensively. But then there's the other thinking of, but there's all this other stuff in there where he didn't make that better, where he didn't have things dialed up to even kind of creatively somewhat be able to counter the ineptitude of the offensive line. And that's where this gets all murky. Was there things that he could dial up? Did he dial up what he could dial up and it still didn't work? I think some of the criticism on him has been valid. Is it criticism that should be heaped on enough for him to lose his job? At this point, I don't think so. I think that it would have been great. And this is the same thing with Julian. It's why I always, Dara, am consistent in saying offensive line. Because when I don't have the receivers, I can still make it work with an offense with an offensive line. If I don't have the top end running backs, but I have an offensive line opening holes, those running backs can still go find some yards. But when I don't have a functional offensive line, I'm up crap creek without a paddle. And then that makes making these assessments down the creek harder and harder to do because you go, well, which is it comes first on this as far as the failure on this? Is it the line or is it the OC? And the one thing about this line this year, Dara, is that it's not a 1 year off. This has been a problem for years, this line. So it's not something that Grubb created. It is something that he indeed did inherit, which to me then gives more onus on this being one that you have to give him that extra year. Give him a year where there's a functional offensive line. Not a great offensive line. I'd love to give him that. I'd love to give him a top 10 offensive line. But my point on this is to say, give him a league average offensive line. It's like our pass protection with PFF's like gotten just marginally better. It's still in about the mid 20s here at this point. So it starts taking like a step or two forward over the last 4 or 5 weeks, maybe just by a bit. But then our run blocking now goes right back in the toilet, where run blocking was in that sort of somewhat low 20s for a while, but now it's to the back end of the 20s. It's bad all the way along the line. And I'm driven more, Dar, to say you got to do the year and go another season and make hammering the offensive line a real point of emphasis this offseason. But my answer could change by the end of the year, Dara. That's going to be also a big part of this swing. There's a lot of games still left to play. Beat me more Seahawks. Is there any chance you would have Julian Love yelling at Woolen play by any chance? I can't find it. It's cut off. So I do have the deal. Just you see him walk over and go like this move, but see if I can locate it. But they do cut it off on the 22 shot. So it just doesn't, you don't have a lot of time to really catch it. It's like blink and you miss it. See if I can locate it. You can definitely see he's talking to him, but you don't get the context of the conversation. See if it comes up for me. Chad Hard, how you doing, man? See if I can find this thing. Let's see here. That ain't it. Yeah, I have to see if I can find it at some point. I don't think I got it here. But I remember looking out on the tape of that feed me, and they cut it off. They cut off right at when the exciting stuff was about to happen. I'm like, dude, he was just about to let him have it. Let me see what's going on. Empower Code, how you doing, man? Good to see you today. Gene D, hello. Walker has to make 500 moves before picking up 2 yards. That's that thing with the run blocking, and it's gotten worse and worse as the year gone along, and it was already not that good to start with. You're having so many issues at creating holes, and you can even see there were some of the Sa'atoa snaps there where you're getting it done over here, but then plenty of other guys aren't getting it done over here and over there. And you're having multiple points of failure in your run blocking right now. Mikael Arrington, Walker's nice. He is. Yeah, hopefully someday, Mikael, we can actually show y'all, the rest of the NFL fans, what this kid's really fully capable by giving him some of those holes to work with, and then look out. Cone Wolf says Luamea looks way better than Bradford or Haynes from these clips. I'd agree with that, Cone. He just looks more comfortable. He looks more of a natural lineman in there. With Bradford, he just has so many whiffs on his tape and so many bad snaps with whatever good he gives you. And then with Haynes, I think it does come down to sometimes the strength limitations there and his inability to get much of any kind of push off the ball in the run game at all. This guy's got some workable power. He's got some pretty heavy hands. Seems like he's going to transition pretty well in there. Yeah, I like what I saw from him too. Well spotted. What's up, Blue? How you doing, man? Ryan Ball, I still feel Lucas is the biggest game changer on our team. Cross could be second. Yeah, those guys can steady on in there. Say nothing of having a LeMay and whatnot. You're much improved. And I think that having Lucas back the second you brought him back, you know, these moments you've had, Ryan, where Gino can set up in the pocket and he's got that 4, 5, 6 second count. And it's not that it's every snap or all the time throughout the game, but especially these last 2 weeks, we've seen a lot more of that given to Gino. A lot more of that time built in there for him to look around. And the confidence now that Grubb can start to have with having Lucas out there in pass pro, being able to hold up one-on-one. Now I can run all my guys into routes. I don't need to just run max protect with 3 guys running routes because I can't trust my pass pro. And having those 2 guys, if they can kind of lock in that way and just get a little more settling down to the inside, maybe now this offense can start to find those consistent footing steps. Maybe they can find some of that a little bit more. In that we saw a little bit last week, you know, those pass pro moments to hold up where he's got all the time in the world. And then some of these plays I showed you with LeMay there in the run blocking and being able to get Charbonnet to bang it in from 6 yards out and some good, actual, legitimate, consistent runs in this game. Not just you have the one good run and everything else is -1, -2, 0 yards, half a yard. It's good to see. Rowan G says at this point, I wouldn't mind sticking Lockett back there like the old days instead of Williams. I wouldn't either, Rowan. Can't be worse. And I don't even need to tell Lockett to return it to me. I would just say, Lockett, look, just fair catch it, man. That's all we need. We got you're not doing this for a full season. We got 5 games left here for you, big guy, little guy. And just do it for that time period. Fair catch it. Don't let the ball bounce in front of you. Don't let it bounce behind you unless you're letting it go into the end zone. And we'll call it a day on that. That'd be my approach. Ryan Ball, you need huge run blocking centers and guards to block 5 guys. You do need some big boys. It's about this time of year. AI says Evan Brown sucks. He does. Yeah. Bold choice by the Cardinals to go with him for a full season at left guard. AI, Big Cat is having great games because teams are doubling Murphy. Well, he's getting single blocks. I don't know that he's necessarily getting single blocks because teams are determining that Murphy's the big problem there, AI, and so they're more worried about Murphy than they are Leonard Williams, so they're singling him up. It's more about alignment, and Murphy's playing the 3 tech, aligned essentially right outside, usually that outside shoulder of your left guard, and you have in Byron Murphy, he's aligned up in the 1 tech role most of the time, right? So he's aligned between the center and the right guard. So he's just set up to have to take on that double team more often than not to the strong side of the formation. So even if it's not right guard center, can be left guard center, but he's still the strong side and he's still probably taking on the double teams. I think that's more the reason why they're AI on that part. Plus you also then have McDonald with the creativity and how he's using Murphy, because you also are doing a lot of the stack boxes and 5-6 man fronts to draw the double teams post snap, even if you're going to end up with 4 guys rushing the passer post snap. That's helping to drive more single blocks to Big Cat probably than he's ever had in recent years. He's even doing things like moving him to the edge like he did against the Cardinals and letting him come off the edge when he thinks he has a mismatch over there. And he got a sack on that last week against the Cardinals. So I think it's a couple different things that they're employing right now, what's allowing him to have this kind of success. David Phillips is Murphy as a goal line running back. I mean, again, desperate times, desperate measures, David, right? Did it in college. Former running back convert. I'd like to see it. Moo, if we see Byron having a huge game because they're doubling Big Cat, I'm going to be so happy. That 1-2 punch in the trenches will be lethal. It's the game you got to play with this defensive line that we put together here, and especially once you get Uchenna Nwosu back and you're adding another solid element off the edge, that's another danger for you to have to deal with out there. But yeah, I've been thinking about this in my mind of what's the counters the Cardinals are going to go at. You got to figure they're not going to run out the same game plan. They're not going to be like Evan Brown, hold up for 60 minutes out there against Big Cat. That worked out good last time. I think they're going to look at the tape and they're going to go, my God, this man is looking like Donald in his prime the past 2 weeks. Let's make sure we don't let that guy beat us. That's the way a coach's mind, I think, will typically work, is he'll go, let's not let that best guy beat us. Let somebody else. If it's Byron, then it's Byron, but we're going to give him some single blocks. But if you're looking for Byron to get his next sack this week, this would be, to me, a good gamble, because I'm willing to bet the Cardinals are going to run some of those adjustments in their fronts in this game and dealing with Murphy. He wrecked shop in that last game. It was as dominant a performance as you'll find from a defensive tackle. And you don't have another left guard to go to other than Devin Brown. So the only other choice you really have from a Cardinals standpoint at that point is to draw into the double teams. It would seem logical, as Spock would say. Ryan Ball, I wonder if Murphy should play center on the 1 yard line. Bryony, I don't have warm fuzzies about this next game. State Farm has been a nightmare when we got to play down there. I just hope this is an outlier, because we need this win over this opponent. It's been a tough stadium. Even when we've thought we were the better team, it could go in there and get an easy win. It's not been that way. It's even a stadium we tend to take over with our fans. And you watch this next week, you'll see a sea of blue in that stadium. But it just is a bit of a house of horrors for us. It really is. And especially from a health standpoint. These guys all get out of there on 2 legs with their spines intact. David Hatcher, I think part of the reason that we can't run the ball apart from the trash line is the fact that we're always in shotgun. I know we've tried to run less recently, but now it's very predictable. Yeah, I agree with you on that. And I will say, David, there is some light at the end of this particular dark tunnel in the run game, because I think the Grub in prior games has been much more fixated on that shotgun run game. There were some more snaps in this one which were coming from under center with Gino. I would reckon to guess Gino was probably under center as much as any time he had been this year in this prior Jets game. And I think you're right, but also I think we've got some true reason for optimism here to believe that they're starting to see and understand that this adjustment needs to be brought into the fold too, from Grub's perspective. I would like to see more of that as well, David. More play action from under center. Listening last night, I was on the round table, and you hear from Jake on the round table talking about the Rams, of how much Stafford's so effective with the play action game from under center. But the quarterbacks, they're like vampires with crucifixes when you tell them that you're going to run play action under center. Like, buddy, you're super efficient out of it. I do not want to run play action under center. But you're so good. You're 8 of 8 for 170 yards last game. But it scares me very much. Okay, I guess no play action under center, even though you're perfect. They all hate it. I don't get it, David. They all hate it. All the quarterbacks. Like, why could you hate something that makes you so effective and efficient? Like, are you getting smashed at times and you're coming back off the play actions? That's what's happening? You getting too many, too many jaw shots or something, I guess? AI, when you have an SO line, there isn't much you can dial up to help. No, there isn't. You're kind of stuck when it's all said and done. You got some creative parts to it, but you're polishing a turd. It's one thing when and that's the part we always got to make sure we're clear on AI too with it, is that we say, it ain't dominant line. It ain't top 5 line. It's functional line. Middle of the road. High teens. Yeah. Give me a line that's 19th in pass pro, 18th in run blocking. This offense would be flying high. Calm Cow says 34. What makes you think we're going to score that much? That's not me. That's not me. I didn't make that prediction. That's Pumpkin's prediction, man. This is on the cat, Calm Cow. I think it's a 3-point game, man. But I mean, you tell me this isn't a 34-point walk. Look at this. Do you tell me this isn't a 34-point walk right here? Look at this. Look at the confidence. 2 ways you can go with that bowl. No hesitation. Bam. Locked in. All the way. Doesn't even give the other bowl a sniff. That's 34 points if I've ever seen it. It's a 34-point game if I've ever seen it. That's the cat talking. That ain't me. Calm. That's the kitty. You got to put that on her. I would never be so bold. Lewis says, our special teams is hot garbage right now. How do we fix it fast? I think with Myers, you tell him for the rest of the season that he's kicking kicks through the back of the end zone. I think we had a punt kick return in the preseason too, if I'm not mistaken. So this is technically the second one we've given up. I don't really care about saving 10 effing yards, which is pretty much what you're doing when you kick it to that 1 yard line and you kick it with some quote unquote height. Is you go, okay, we're gonna pin it down there at the 1, force them to return it, and then we're gonna cover it up and we're gonna tackle them at the 20 yard line. Who cares? Give them the ball at the 30 yard line and call it a day. In my opinion, we haven't really defended particularly well. Even in this last game, outside of the kick return, you allowed a 46 yarder and you allowed a 35 yarder in addition to it. I think the only reason they didn't make that kick into the end zone in the Jets game is, as John, I believe, was saying above, I think there were some swirling winds that were preventing you from being able to really put that ball where you want to put it from a kicking standpoint. So that's the easy fix to me. On the return game, down it, just down it, take it out at the 30. There's got to be a point where you go, look, the special teams unit, you'd like it to be a boon. You'd like it to be a helping hand. You'd like it to be the third extra part here. And in Dixon and Myers, they are truly going to be a part of that unit that could be a weapon to help you, as long as, of course, Dixon's back spasms can settle down. But the rest of the part of the unit is hot garbage, as you put it. And I don't know that you're going to be able to just throw some water on the top of hot garbage and it's all good now. There's no real water to throw onto it. So you just mitigate the damage. Maybe that's a bit of a defeatist angle on this one, but it would seem like the right angle. We're at the end of the season, we're late in the game to be being able to clean up much of anything, in my opinion. Sean S. says the offensive line is the foundation of the house. Crappy foundation and the house will crack and fall. That's what it comes down to, and that's where it's hard for me to get to much of the point of people where they really hold the feet to the fire with a Grubb, or even a Geno at times, and how that happens, where I really do believe in that as well. And it's a great way, Sean, it's a great way of putting it, where that is your house. That is your foundation. That is the foundation for the house, sorry. And doesn't matter how good the walls are and how beautiful the roof is you put over the top of it. If that base is that bad, everything will fall. It'll be like sand as a base. It's going to collapse. And it will always collapse, I think, when you set the stage in that way. And you want to talk about being an OC or a running back or a quarterback. You know, we have three guys that in a Grubb and a Walker and in a Geno that you go, well, you maybe thought they all be three a little bit better, you know. And well, do they all have a commonality? Are they all suddenly bad or bad in their own way? Or could it be that there's something that is a common thread that connects the three of them for this lack of, not necessarily that they're not finding some success, but that they're not finding more success? And I think there is. And that is where a little more where my landing zone on this one, Sean, does like yours land on that line being really the place of blame. It's not to make it the scapegoat for all of the issues on the team, but just to say that this does carry a huge amount of weight on this process. Michael Arrington, what aspect of special teams has been bad? Well, Michael, I mean, just this last game alone, you had 3 kickoff fumbles, 2 of them lost. You allowed a kick return touchdown. You had an extra point blocked. You had the 45-yard return, the 36-yard return. When as far as being blocked goes, we had a game against the Giants where we were trying to get down to get that game, I think, tied or won at the end of it, and you allowed that field goal to be blocked at the end of that one because you weren't prepared on that one. So it's not the first time we've had a kick block this year. And so we've had problems, Michael, with muff fumbles on punts. It's just been too noticeably bad time and time again. Tony, 10 times 206. What's up? Go Hawks. B. More Seahawks, since his Thursday game is awesome. Drunk member stream, B. Let's go. I'll be over there tomorrow for sure, my man. And Power Code, prayers up for Dixon. Back spasms are no joke. He's an all-pro in my opinion. Yeah, those are tough. They hurt. They hurt, and they operate on their own time wave at times. Prayers up to him on that. We need Dixon, or we may not punt this week, folks. Brian E., our team's play does expose them to being exploited by opponents, gives them more incentive to drop the ball in the landing zone on kickoffs. Yeah, I mean, you can. The thing with that is that it's a kick that is going to, by the land of it, tend to fall into the back of the end zone. It's rare that those kickers are going to be able to drop the kicks and then have them like bounce back towards the kickers, you know. So you can put it at the 2, but if you just still let it go, it's going to roll to the back. It just takes the kick returner being willing to do that. And those guys love to be ballsy about thinking that it's at the 2, so I can get it back to the 30 for sure. No, you can't. Nick says the defense we have is why I wanted Pete Carroll fired. I'm not hating on Pete Carroll. He's a legend, but it's refreshing to see this defense we have now. I feel the same way. I'm in the same boat. I have the same feeling with it. It's not an ill will thing to Carroll. It's that this is a bit of validation to this is what we were talking about for years leading up to when Carroll was moved on from. That we wanted, this is stuff that's missing from this defense. That when you were in these situations in prior years, you didn't have these wrinkles. You didn't have this kind of flavor that you could bring out on the opposition to truly confuse them. You very rarely confuse the opposition. And it's not that you have to constantly confuse an offense to be great defense, but if you're not ever going to confuse them, you're removing a huge advantage from your offense by a way and means of being able to really impact the game. And McDonald takes well advantage of that. And it is, I think, to use your word, very refreshing. On Power Code, I am wary of the Cardinals game, though. Going 4-0 just seems too good to be true. There must be some tragedy on its way for our Seahawks. Still optimistic, though. Well, we've had to weather some storms in Power Code, and we went 3-0, and we got our hands slapped for putting our hand in the contending cookie jar. I think we're going to maybe contend this year. Yeah. So we're all still just kind of rubbing our hand now going, I don't like cookies anyway. But maybe they can get this one, man. JP, go Hawks. How you doing, man? Real cheese, I would love to see a tush push with a direct snap to Murphy and a couple of big guys shoving his ass. It draws quite a picture. Kevin O'Connell, how does the team hold up if Geno gets injured? I don't think too well, in my opinion. I think Geno does a lot of stuff to mitigate the issues in pass protection. And the things that he can do to mitigate things in pass protection, Sam Howell is still bringing along in his game. And I like Sam's upside and potential still, but he's just not going to be well equipped to deal with what Geno's had to deal with. No running game, lack of pass protection, Grubb's still kind of finding himself. Grubb finding himself around the same limitations that are going to limit that quarterback. I don't think it'd be a pretty picture for our guy Hal. Power code. Oh wow, Pumpkin has indeed migrated. She has, man. She's getting used to the big one up there. She likes that. She likes the big tree. Throwback says hopefully they can score from the 1-inch line this time. Hopefully, man. 7 cracks at it last week with no points. That was a tough moment in the game. Yeah, Pumpkin's rocking the new cat tree, man. Don't know if you guys can tell, we got a little bit of the new lighting equipment going on now too. I've got it on kind of flash mode, but it's kind of cool. I can do these things now with my lighting equipment. So I can go super crazy mode here. Like I got one on this side of me here, and then I got one over there just out of frame. Thing will bring up here. Let's see. So we can do like a twinkle thing. And then we just do the speed. So when it's like super, see that in the background right there? Like, that's kind of cool, huh? Going off, and then so like when we got a real high stressful moment in the game, that's what I'll be turning that on like that. This one too. So we'll do this one. And then we got to put the speed up. It's kind of, you can sit here and have a lot of fun with it. It's kind of cool, huh? Now I just need to get a smoke machine. I need a smoke machine and some speakers so that when we get a touchdown, we can blast it. But I was having some fun with these lights. Took advantage of that Black Friday sales. Yeah, I mean, I was like looking for some lights. I'm like, ooh, these would be kind of cool. Let's go. If it does induce any headaches, I'm sorry in advance. Ricky says Uchenna makes the run defense better and provides good pass rushing. It's possible that this defense gets better. I would expect it too. It does to me really as much depend on the health of Uchenna more than how they can find the way to get him intermixed back in. I think that that's going to be very fluid and easy, where he falls right into the rotations. You have guys like Boye Mafe and Derek Hall who've played their extra share of snaps probably throughout this year and could use maybe a couple games there where they have 10, 15 less snaps taken off their body. And that makes them fresher. That makes them more able to go full throttle throughout the course of the game. And likewise with Uchenna, he's going to have fresh legs. And he is your best pass rusher. You know, Boye is turned into a solid player, but he's not taking the next level step, and Derek's kind of topped off. This is your best pass rusher you're bringing on here, maybe outside of Leonard Williams. So it is only going to add. There is no detraction here, or there is no sort of it's going to take him some time to figure out how to use him again back in the right role. No, he'll be perfectly well suited into this defense, and he should take to it very well. I have very little worry about that when it comes to Uchenna. So you're right, Ricky. He's going to be nothing but a good addition to this defense. Grants, how do you think Oluwatimi is playing? The first game he was out there, he was really good. I mean, the opening snap that he played, that first start, he was pancaking guys and looking really, really good. Well graded coming out of the game from PFF too. I think it's been a little quieter since kind of where he was on that, you know, in that it's maybe not been quite there as much. I'm trying to see where they've got him at right now as far as ranking, if I can, on the deal here. Let's see here. Olu. So right now he's ranked 15th at 64 grade, and Connor Williams was a 63.9. So by the overall grade of things, he's essentially giving you an equivalent performance to Connor. But like Connor, there's some mixed bag stuff in there. There's some really good, and there's some tough moments in there too as well. I mean, he had a brutal moment in this game where Quentin Williams walked him right back in the backfield. But then you go, well, yeah, but why are we asking him as a center to take on Quentin Williams one-on-one? in any of our blocking schemes. So I think he hasn't been bad. He's been okay, but I wouldn't go as far as to say like, well, he's been good. He's been all right. He's held the line well. He's held up well for us filling in out there, and he's not been a big step backwards with Connor. You know, he's been able to keep you right about where you were, and keeping in mind on that too, Grants, if you're at that 17th level, this is that middle of the road thing I talk about where it's just get the line to the middle of the road state, is that Connor playing at like a 17th average level on the PFF scale was a huge improvement of where we have been in recent years at the center position, where Evan Brown and Austin Blythe were in the sort of that 32, 33, 34 range of rating. And that's what you got from them on the field in addition to that. So getting into that middle of the road place, and if Oluwatimi can hold in that middle of the road place, Lucas gets more firmer set at the right tackle, crossover at left tackle, and then you've got your Lake and Sa'atoa and how that plays out on those two spots. Maybe this can start to just settle in a little bit. It's not that it's going to ever get right this year. It's always going to be problematic this season. There's no two ways about that. But can it get to its best form by the end of the year? Can it find some cohesion points by the end of the year, getting these guys actually playing with each other game after game after game down the stretch? We'll see. I'm hopeful. But not bad. He's been all right. Exox Brandon, it was fun watching the other roundtable commenters as Ebot laugh hard when you broke out your walk-in voice. Very cool talent. Oh, thank you, man. I hope they like it. Okay, it hasn't been as great lately on the walk-in voice. I got to go back and relock back in some minor details on my impression with him. But thank you. I always have fun doing that one. You know that, man. If I can get those guys laughing, it's a good night. Swedish Shinobi, Chenault, and DW have no problem advancing the ball from the 2-yard line on kicks. They just don't have possession of the ball when they do. Michael, I hope this is our first rookie of the year, I think is what you were saying there, Michael, in 10 years. I think there's a good chance it could be with Bo Nix. Hard not to give that kid the nod, isn't it? I don't know who you'd put over the top of him at this point. Keon Lund, I think if we win this weekend, if the defense is steady and gets a turnover and holds them to 17 or less, I'm bought in, and I think we win against the Vikings. Green Bay's still a tough call. Yeah, certainly would say there's more of a chance with the Viking game than I would say the Green Bay game, even though the record is very close this year. I still think just Green Bay's a little bit, they're sort of lurking there. And yeah, you hold this Cardinal team to 17 points or less in this game, I do agree. I think you come away with the win in this one. I feel pretty confident about that too, Keon. I know we only got 16 last time, but I feel like we can put up more than that on this defense. I really do. Oh, your stand grenade pumpkin looks so far away. I know, man. Gotta get her into frame here, right? She's looking forward like, what the hell was that? Filter, as a Seahawks fan, I would love to see Big Cat DPOY, but since Spoon, Walker, and Woolen all didn't get Rookie of the Year, I doubt NFL will ever give it to him unless he delivers some more mouth-dropping performances. It's a great point, Filter. It's that East Coast bias that's not just us West Coasters being paranoid. It is, yes, indeed, going to be always hard for us on the West Coast to get these kind of awards. And you have to be far and away the best oftentimes to get them. And I think you're right about that this is one where it would be a bit of a long shot for him to get it. I think he's dancing on the outside, looking in here a bit. But if he can keep up somewhat close to the performance he's been doing recently, Filter, he turns a couple more of these kind of games in and goes with some solid games on the back of it. The one thing I was noticing at the top of this is that there just wasn't anybody that was really this year running away with it as far as the DPOY goes. Are you going to give it to a Xavier McKinney safety for the Green Bay Packers because he has 7 or 8 interceptions? Maybe you would, maybe you wouldn't. But Hendrickson leading the way here with 11.5 sacks, 24 tackles. We're not, with Leonard Williams, he's not far away from him on that. And so he wouldn't be a front runner even right now, but I just keep thinking if he is kind of putting together, if this defense is starting to lock into shape, if they can continue to put these performances together in this way, maybe he can start stacking it up enough to by the end of the year go, hey, there's just too many dominant performances in there, and that defense finished so strong at the head of that as well, in addition to it, that maybe he gets a little bit of that nod. But you're completely right in that it's certainly a long shot on that one. Nick Guzman says, whispers we could have had Tyrone Tracy, but John wanted to draft some defensive backs. Yeah, I mean, if you'd taken Tyrone Tracy, Nick, you would he'd be still on the bench. He still might be even behind McIntosh this year. Versus the Giants and their running back situation with Barkley leaving and Singletary injured. Just not as deep a unit to go to. So, yeah, I get John leaning in that direction a little bit. John has said, Nick, that he will go heavy value on these recent drafts, high up in the draft. They will go a little bit more to need later on in the draft. And cornerback became a little bit more need for them as they got into the depths of the draft. Nagasa says, we have had a top 10 special teams unit. It was just a fluke game last week. That's why it's always important with this Nagasa to be on the specifics of what I'm talking about with it, right? Because Jason Myers has been one of your better kickers in the league. That's going to boon up your special teams grade. Michael Dixon has been one of the better punters in the league. That's then going to, on a secondary fashion, boost up your special teams coverage unit and how they look. But it's the rest of the unit on it to me that I look at in addition to this that I go, I'm not too sure at. As I said with this, we did have a kick return touchdown even in preseason. So there's been some of this that's been a little bit maybe worrisome with that as it is. But then the fumbles, that's been an issue. We've got the block kicks, Nagasa, multiple over, including a game winner blocked that looked like something to where the team saw something on film on your team, not just guys getting beat, but they figured out a way to exploit the way you blocked it up on field goal attempts. So there's been good parts to it. But the parts that have been bad about it have been really bad. They've not just been like a little small mole on the backside of your knee, you know. They've been like right on the center of the forehead, and they're like this big. Lou, when it comes to center or kick punt returner, kind of the same thing. Snap the ball, catch the kick. Shouldn't be that hard when you're paid millions. Just my 2 cents. It's why I don't have much patience for it either, Lou. You have a very narrow requirement of your job, and you're paid a lot of money to do that very narrow requirement. And you not able to just do that bare minimum thing, to me, there's really not much of an explanation for it or excuse. If you're not doing it well, to me, it just comes back to the fact you didn't work on it. You didn't put the time and effort into it. Ricky says, has Abe Lucas regressed a little? Seems to be trying to get acclimated. I think he's just finding his footing as much as anything. You know, I just think that he's trying to get back into it. I think he's still having some good moments and moments where I've had no training camp and I'm jumping up midseason to try to make this go from not playing in almost over a year and a half. And you're seeing some of that rust with it a little bit. But he's had enough of good moments that I think he's playing fine. And I think he'll be in the long term, as long as the health of the knee holds up, he'll be good from a performative standpoint. Nagasa doesn't think Big Cat's got any chance. He says 0.1% chance to win the Defensive Player of the Year. Well, a guy can dream. Guy can dream. Grants, appreciate it. Thank you. Anytime, Grants. Keon Lund B. You commented that you think the league is moving towards more run game tactics. Does that change your opinion on paying K9? I would love to keep him for as long as we can. I was really open to the experiment that John was playing out here with Kenneth Walker and Charbonnet to be one that could prove a little bit of, or disprove the rule of thumb about running backs and that the talented ones are not going to be able to overcome a bad offensive line. If you can find a way to get to a deal done with Kenneth Walker to where it's not breaking the bank to make it happen, and that it's a deal that it makes sense for team, makes sense for player, not, we paid him a buttload of money so we could get out a year ahead of this, but one that makes sense for both parties. And like Chuba Hubbard signed a deal with Carolina Panthers recently as a guy that's been somewhat of that two back in there. And they found a kind of that maybe middle road kind of place on the salary. And there were some deals this offseason given out to some backs, DeAndre Swift, the Josh Jacobs deal, Tony Pollard with the Tennessee Titans, where they were able to find these deals that weren't the running backs looking to set new markets, but more into that blue-collar contract for a running back that, like the quarterbacks, has not seemingly existed in this league. You're either a top-paid guy, and there are a few of those guys in this league at the running back position, or there was nobody getting paid. And there was very little in between there, and now we're getting more in between. So if you can find a way, Keon, to make that make sense as far as the money-wise goes, but I'm hesitant on it a little bit just because of Keon. I think that you get the offensive line in place, they'll open up the holes for the running back. And that's what I mean by this, by and large, the bigger thing being proven at play here, that the analytic people say, get the great offensive line, and the 4th, 5th round running back will go and he'll find productivity behind that offensive line. He'll find holes, he'll find yardage. Will he be as great as a Saquon or a Kenneth Walker would be behind that line? No, but he'll be plenty effective for you to make your offense effective. Versus that inverse of finding the star back, but the crap line, you're going nowhere fast with that. So if we've got to make more of a tangible decision, and maybe we can do both, but if we got to make more of a tangible decision to me here, and it's one where Walker's people are going to push to want to be paid high, and we don't really want to pay running backs, and we're just want to flip back around and draft another one, I would understand that approach, because I am leaning more into now getting the line built up and making that something that you get that done first, and then you earn the right to go get the talented back, rather than we didn't really earn the right to go get that talented back because we don't have the way to put him on brightest display. I guess that's the more succinct way of putting it. Kevin O'Connell, the ad libs on the Walken impression make it fantastic. So we letting Walker go, or what's up? I think it's on the fence. I'm not sure which way they'll go. I think John's gotten bit on the butt recently on some of the running back contracts that he's given out, and I think that might make him a little bit hesitant. But I don't know it for sure. I do know that Walker has deserved a contract extension after this 3rd year. His people can come to Seattle and say, okay, we're outside of the 3 years of the CBA. We want a new deal. What does John say at that moment? I'm less certain about where he'll be standing on that one. I have some ideas, but I'm just not certain about it. Michael Arrington, rookie of the year 2, but I meant cookie like you said as in playoffs. The hand in the cookie jar analogy. Oh, my bad, Michael. So there we go. Yeah, we get greedy sometimes when we're us teams turning it over, Michael. So we have we have that in, in the same lane here where nobody thought we should be doing anything else as teams, but we're like, hey, we're kind of doing some things. Maybe we can make some noise here. You get a little greedy, that you start sliding the top of it off, that cookie jar, mom's not going to hear, right? It makes that grind sound where it's a, why is it so loud? Getting that hand in there. My favorite stories from childhood, like one of my times I was absolutely scarred as a kid. So I was a latchkey kid. Mom's heading for work. And for some reason or another, she had this gigantic chocolate gingerbread house, like super well made, all little details, like carved, just epic. And my poor little 7-year-old self looking at that thing, she says, don't touch it now. I'm going to work. And I'm just looking at it, a young kid just, don't touch it. Don't touch it. I'll just break off a little piece. She'll know. She won't notice, It's like you open up the Christmas present, You just open up a little, just get a little look. Okay, we'll put that one back up. Layer it up over. It's good. So I go over there, I crack that chocolate gingerbread house. Just a little side piece, Just a little, you would never have known. Just a little side piece. Crack. Gingerbread house goes like this. Tum, 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 tum. Fall on itself. So then I got to make sure I make the call to moms, or else I'm going to be in some big trouble. I'm like, Mom, I know you told me not to eat the gingerbread house. I ate the gingerbread house. I just wanted a piece. She was good. She didn't wear me out. Lou Pumpkin owner a new cat tree. Yeah, I told you guys, it's all hers. She ain't letting Xena on that. She's like, this is my house. Whose house? My house. John Edwards says, can't get enough the Walken voice. Almost as good as your Seahawks coverage. Thank you, Sean. It's fun going on Roundtable. Is the winning team every week. First place. How you doing, boys? Oh, tears. Sad. So many crying tears. Why? Because they lose. We win. It's the way of the world. Seattle for life. Chris, why are we trying someone like Holani on runs? I think Holani was on the IR last I checked, if I'm not mistaken. John Naylor, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, thank you for the Christopher Walken last night. Hilarious, especially the look on Jesse's face. I might have to go back and look at it. I get caught up in the impression, so I just kind of like, I'm not even really looking at anything. I'm just locked in at that point. So I got to go back maybe and check it out. But thank you, John. Always good to go in victory-wise and say what time it is. Niners, window closed. Rams, no more. You're done. Stafford, more gray than me in his beard. He's tired, so tired. And the Cardinals, you're out. Easy. You're going to have to wait on that one. Robert says, how about GSN as a punt returner, kickoff returner? It's possible you could do it, Robert. There's a little bit of a worry with having a guy do that you need him so much offensively. You need him for what he brings as a slot wide receiver, that the threat of losing that is not one that makes you feel really good about that potentiality, especially if it's on a punt return. So I'm sure there's a lot of hesitancy for Mike to use him there and want to keep him doing what it is that you need him doing on the main front of things. But I think everything's in play as far as other options go here. And maybe Charbonnet would be a guy that I'd look to. I think I saw him doing some kick return stuff, punt return stuff today on the practice field. You certainly go to your guys, McIntosh, take a look at everybody and see what they can do. As I say too, I think some of this can be mitigated a bit by your approach to the kickoff coverage units and the punt and the defending it and how you try to get the return off, and that you just decide on both those accounts. Let's just sort of let's remove the worst possible outcomes in these situations as we're kind of running into at times. And even if we're not getting maximum returns back, 30-yard line starting every time is not the worst deal. Having your defense start at the 30-yard line is not the worst deal. He's off IR now. Is Holani? Well, maybe he'll be more of a chance there. And Agasa, K9's definitely a home run hitter, man. Once you get that offensive line in place, that's when those home runs would start to come along much more. I can understand certainly the team deciding to double back down on Walker and build the lineup as well. You can do potentially both, but I could also understand John saying we just don't have the ability to maximize this guy right now until we can get this line in place first. Wish we did, but we can't. Hard to say which way he'll go on that. Big Doc, Brandon, your comment about building an awesome O-line first, then go for the stud running back is totally on point. That said, is there a 2025 free agent line guy that would make you excited to trade Walker for? Well, I think, Tevin Jenkins or Trey Smith with the Chiefs are two guys at the guard position that I certainly would, I certainly would be in favor of saying, hey, these would be guys that you go out there and sign in free agency to get this thing fixed up and could help you out mightily, especially because they could remove some of the necessity of the draft and having to find it there where we've really only hammered it from. I think with Walker, rather than probably trading him for an offensive lineman, you're probably more would be trading him for a pick. Would it be like, third, second round pick that you could probably get back for him? Not both, but one of those two. And then, the theory here would be that you would reset the running back clock, get a guy with a talent level who might not be quite at Walker, but still a very talented running back. And you're still then going fairly cheap at the position as far as not spending a lot. And then you're able to then offload assets you'd be putting to Walker on an $11-12 million a year deal. You put that to a Tevin Jenkins guard instead. Something like that. Which would be that is, and it's a place that I'm more maturing to in my outlook of this, I will say as well, because I was with John a couple of years ago and thinking, man, I don't know if these analytic folks are completely right on this, and that a difference-making running back with a difference-making level of talent can make things happen on their own, can clean up things that are bad occasionally. But we've kind of taken this thing out to the extreme of that and come to find out that no, there's only so much they can manage. Maybe they can take a negative 3-yard play and get you back to the line of scrimmage, but they're not going to take a negative 3-yard play and turn it into a 12-yard gain. Nick says, K9 leads the league in missed tackles. Imagine what he could do if he wasn't getting hit in the backfield on almost every single run. Amen. It has been brutal for him at times here over the past couple of years. Robert Charles says, McIntosh showed bad judgment recently as a returner, taking a kickoff out of the end zone when he should have downed the ball. It was a terrible decision, and he got tackled after just a few yards. I remember the play. Yeah, kind of tried to reverse field a little bit there. But that's where I do say, Robert, on this one, I don't see the downside to me at this point of saying, we're going to kick it in the back of the end zone every time. So nobody returns anything back past the 30-yard line for the rest of the season. And whoever is back there, McIntosh, Charbonnet, D. Williams, take your pick of whoever's back there. We let the ball bounce through the back of the end zone, and we take the ball at the 30-yard line every time. I think for the rest of the portion of this season, that's not the worst of directions to go here to finding a solution to this when there's not really a lot of other solutions to this. There's not going to be a secondary guy you're going to bring out there to meet a Laviska who's going to be as dynamic a returner as Laviska, or you would add that guy out there already. You're going to take a step back on that, whoever you toss out there. So if that's already the case anyway, and understanding it's not that it's necessarily been this league worst special teams unit, but where it does go wrong, it turns into a big explosion. Let's neutralize the explosion. Let's remove the explosive part of this unit away from the mix on this if we can. And I think that's a way to do it. You still have the punt game that you got to deal with on that part, but that would be at least one way to cover up what has been one of the main blemishes on that. And that includes then a McIntosh bad decision like that, Robert, where you tell him the same thing. You know, you're back here to ensure that this thing goes back into the end zone. If you absolutely have to return it, if there's no way around it, then return it up. But otherwise, you know, this thing's going back in the end zone, and we're going to call it a day on that. Keon says, if we get a line, K9 may be the best running back in team history. I agree with the movement towards running backs playing big roles. If Geno can be the Hurts and K9 be the Saquon, that could be the best version of us. It's possible. It'd be hard for Geno to play kind of the Hurts role because he does so much of the running stuff with his legs, which helps out Saquon in the ground game. But getting a line similar to what the Eagles can bring, that'd be good. Well, you're on a mood, huh? She's on a mood. Brian E. Walken, I've got a fever, and the only prescription is more play action. Yeah, Canine on the Lions or Eagles would be dangerous. Hagrid, will I do a Christmas face reveal? Will I ever do a face reveal? Will I even show up on the next call-in show? Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. John Naylor, thank you for another $5 donation. I appreciate the double donation, John. Can you do Conan to crush your enemies?
To crush your enemies, to see them driven before you, to hear the lamentations of their women.
How's that one go? There's one. Hold on, let me get the whole code here. See, let me get the whole there. There we go.
What is the best of life? To crush your enemies, to see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentations of their women. That is good.
I got you, John. Is that the best? Is that the best, Arnold?
Get to the chopper.
That's my best. That's the best short singer. He's like my Nolte. My best Nolte is just me just cussing and groaning. My best Schwarzenegger is just me. Something for Mike. It was satisfying watching Jesse's stream, seeing the night whiners collapse. He's been feeling it. It's going through, and it's never easy, the end, man. It's never not a bitter pill to swallow. There's nothing that makes it easy when you've been playing such great football to watch it start to come apart and frail and just tear, and it's tough. It's tough. John, any update on Michael Dixon's injury? Is this a new injury or a lingering type? I think it was new from this game, John. You got that long flight out across the country there, and backs can lock up sometimes, and back spasms are weird. They can come up out of nowhere, and they're not always explainable. And his just struck in this game, struck in a major way. And so they actually had Jason Myers out there punting on the field today. So Myers may be your punter. Maybe we just don't punt this weekend. Maybe we're like, I'm good. We don't have to punt. We're going for it every time. To hell with it. Who says no? Alex Brandon, love your idea of trading Walker for a guy like Jenkins and then pay an O-line player. Made my heart stop thinking of Schneider actually spending money on the O-line. Go Hawks. It's been one of those places, like you used to be on this, addicted, that you spend very little money on the past couple of years. And you have a place and a lot of opening here to spend more money on that spot. And I would like to see it. And I think that there's a lot of reason to believe that if you pay for actual true quality, you will get better quality than what you've gotten from the position as far as performance goes. You just got to pay the market prices. And we know John's not a big lover of doing that. He doesn't think he's really getting, I think, the bang for buck, but I think he will finally see that he will. He's tried to avoid this at every stop, and there's really no other way but to kind of face it and understand that this is a necessity now. It's not something that would be nice to have. It's a necessity. It's holding back so many things. The offense, the quarterback, your number one wide receivers, your number one running backs, and then just your team in general. It's the biggest thing standing at the front of this stack as far as your biggest problem. Keon, I meant not putting as much pressure on Geno like the Eagles have done with Saquon, not necessarily playing style. Oh yeah, I mean, Keon, if you're able to do more of the relying even in somewhat on the running game, especially having a Charbonnet as a 1-2 back combination, you've got an ability then to remain more balanced and then take more of the load off Geno's shoulders, which I think would be absolutely ideal. The team wants to be more pass happy, but I'm sure they would like to fall more into like 55% versus 65 to 70%. And that's a big difference of percentage, even though it's very close together as well at the same time. And so I would say, yeah, if you've got Walker running more consistently, you're more willing to go to him. You're going to have more of those games where he's got 20 plus carries and you're just turning and giving it to him and you're feeling good about it. And the play action stuff you're working off of that now works all that much better because the defense is having to gear up and stop that run that much more because they don't trust just being able to kind of read it pre to post snap. So it will free up all of those things in that way. Yeah, I agree. And it's part of what the Eagles have done that's been so good about setting Hurts up to make his job so much easier. It's just like make a couple throws a game. You're not going to have to do a lot of reads. You get to read what's going. The only read you're going to have to make is whether or not you got a safety in the box or not. Are you going off the run or the pass call? Use your legs just enough, and we'll give you a decent enough defense, and you can go win a lot of games. It's a formula that's working really well, and it's also kind of disproving some of the formula of you got to have that guy. Got to have that dude. Hurts is not that guy. He's fairly efficient. He doesn't play the quarterback position bad. He certainly doesn't make big time mistakes. I think he is also kind of limited too, though. Empower Code. Man, Brandon, you're hilarious. You'd be a great stand-up comedian. I mean, you're just amazing, man, honestly. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, man. You guys inspire me, Empower. That's very kind of you to say, though, brother. Minsky. Hi, Brandon. Hi, Pumpkin. Love your page. You getting some love. What do you think about that? Yeah? Let's see if I can get it. It's like a trombone. Let's see if I can get her. She knows I'm making fun of her. Chris says, that sounded like Fozzie Bear doing Chewbacca laughing out loud. Love me when Arnold's making that face. You an ugly motherfucker. Chris says, going for it on fourth gave me so much anxiety. I really hope Mike at this point starts to learn a little bit of that. No more going for fourth down when there's some points to grab on the board. Just take the points. Take the points. Let's call it a day on that one. Our fourth downs down the goal line are not going so well. Yeah, it was cold in New York too. It's true. Definitely affected passing attacks and probably catching a little bit. Holy Stand Grenade B, you should do the drunken stream after we play the Bears on the 26th. I may. I gotta do it just right. I can't do it during the game because I gotta do it out. I got the Bleacher Report after the game, so maybe once we come back for the discussion. I'm down. I'm totally down. Might be getting close to it that time. Nah, we'll still be a little ways on that. Keon, with all the failed 3-1, 4-1, with all the failed 3-1 and 4th-and-1 we've had the last 4 weeks, who do you blame more in those specific instances? The O-line being the worst this century, or is it Rub's play calling? Well, I do think it's a bit of both, Keon, because I think that, let's take the 4th-and-1 play down at the goal line at the end of this last game and that 7-play sequence where you had 7 plays inside the 4-yard line to go get a score, and you didn't come away with a single point. I mean, that last play, that sprint option to the left move. Remember, we tried to bring that out in the opening week against Denver, and we got a safety on the back of it. And it was the same kind of play where I don't know if they're running that play in practice and Gino's running it really well, but he's not very comfortable in running it. He doesn't like the play. And it completely, much like the safety that happened early on in the year in Denver, was going nowhere fast. I'm not a fan of that as a fourth down play. If you're going to sprint option kind of play, then sprint it right to the quarterback's strong side where he throws to his right and he can throw with more accuracy and more velocity rather than rolling to his left. So some of this to Grubb with the play calling where you go, what are you doing here? You know, there's not a lot of misdirection down at the goal line. There's not a lot of you're showing where it's going prior to the snap a lot of times, and the defense knows, especially when you've gone goal line at times, Keon. You know, you're removing all of your receivers out of the play. You're just trying to go heavy. You're not that team. You're not that guy. You're not that guy, okay? You're not that guy. So you got to not act like you're that guy. And when you are a team that's one of the teams that's been one of the big strugglers this year and creating holes for your running game and doing anything to help your backs out, it's not going to be a coincidence then that you're going to struggle getting into the end zone when you're down on the goal line, because of the fact that that's about how you run the ball by and large. Some teams can be really good in passing down there, but most teams, if you're going to be a successful red zone team, it's going to be because you run the ball well inside the 20-yard line. And if you're piss poor at it like we are, you're probably going to struggle to put up points. All the more reason why Mike's got to then take the points as the learning lesson of this team going forward into the season, rather than thinking that he can be aggressive in these moments and going for it. Just take the points. Because your defense is playing well enough that you can play to your defense in that way, I think. John says, I thought I saw more from Zach Charbonnet versus the Jets. Seemed like he had a better burst, more like last year. He had a good game. Yeah, John, he had a really good game. That spin move, haven't seen that brought out very often, but he did look pretty good out there. It'd be great to get the 1-2 punch of those two guys going, and you just got more consistent runs. I think, too, John, you created a little bit more holes for those backs, and watching the all-22 angles from the end zone angle especially, you're just feeling more cracks there that often haven't been there this season. I know we talk about the penetration coming from the sides at points, but there's always no real push at the point you're trying to get the hole open either. So you got the penetration happening, but also the no hole where the play is supposed to go. There was a little bit more of that as well, but he looked good. He looked good. Keon says, I tend to blame Grubb. In those instances, teams struggle over totally O-line's fault. Team struggles over total O-line's fault. Yeah, I'm okay parsing out some of the blame a couple different ways there. It's hard to pick one or the other where I think there is some culpability on both sides of that. Ryan Ball says there were 3 guys on Gino in like 1 second. Yeah, there was. It's just such an awful play, and it just, I'm not a fan of that play. The roll left, you better be sure that you've got something open to that side if you're going to roll that. And it's got to be a quick opening on the throw where it's just him throwing it to the flat, basically, on a little out route. Keon, I agree. Those heavy packages are so obvious, and we don't have the manpower right now to be that team. Grubb is not a great red zone play caller thus far. No, he's not. And maybe he'll be more improved once he gets a better offensive line, but it has been a struggle down there, and we get discombobulated. And even if the offense is kind of humming to get down to that spot, it suddenly seems like somebody hits the e-brake. Diggy Docs, Brandon, I agree Grubb could be a little more creative, effective with plays on 4th and 1, but is it possible Grubb is sending a signal to Schneider and Mike about the lack of strength on our O-line? No. I mean, because look, Grubb's coaching for his job too. You know, offensive coordinators can be fired after a year very easily if they don't do the job. And so you'd have to be pretty positive of your standing in your position that your job is, you know, not the least with, in peril to have the guts to do that. Also, you'd have to have a lot of gut confidence that they're not going to figure out that that's what you're doing, because that's also going to get your butt fired. So no, I think that he's just tried a lot of different answers that haven't worked, and there's nothing that's really clear that he can call upon right now. And so he's just trying a variety of things, and not much is working. How do I assess Sam Huff? That's our offensive line coach, right? Scott Huff. Yeah, where you brought the Sam Huff on me. I was like, Sam Huff, that's the old Pro Football Hall of Fame player from my old Sports Illustrated video days. That you give the Sports Illustrated subscription, John. It's like Sam Huff. Scott Huff. How's he done? Well, I guess it depends on the metric that we want to look at, and again, it's not to get the excuse, but it's how good's the talent down there. I mean, before I think you assess the job Huff does, you say, what should have he gotten out of this offensive line? You're going to miss Abraham Lucas for approximately 10 games this year. Then he doesn't get any training camp, so he's coming out there cold, trying to figure it out. Your George Fant, the guy that was supposed to be the insurance policy for Lucas, was gone for most of the season, so you're trotting out Stone Forsythe over there for the majority of the year at right tackle. Your left guard, Laken Tomlinson's a cheap, on his last legs, going to retire after this season player who's barely holding on for life on a given week basis. Is there something Huff is supposed to do with Laken Tomlinson? Like, is there some approach of teaching that he can apply to him to make him better at this late stage of his career? I don't think so. Connor Williams came in at the 25th hour of training camp coming off a major ACL injury. How much of Huff, and now a guy that we also know was seemingly kind of probably struggling with a bit of the love of his game for the love of the game anymore. I know it's an excuse I go to a lot, but I just keep coming back to when I give a thought, when I go blow by blow through these instances in this line, I don't look at it and say there's a top 10 line here that was waiting to be claimed. I look at it like you had a crisis, and Huff has had to be like that nurse in the triage unit trying to figure out what she can suture, what she can cut off as far as arteries, who's a goner and she can't do anything about. It ain't like you're dealing from really a strength or a point of power, I don't think. So I don't know if he's a good coach or not. I just don't know how much you can really assess him for the talent that he has in-house. I think every offensive coordinator, you brought any offensive line coach in here, they probably would fail. Maybe you get like a Scarnecchia, the old New England coach, or a Mudd in here, but even those guys tended to have at least pretty talented guys to get the job done. Sanchez, can we trade a first for LJ Collier after this game? How about LJ Collier? 3 sacks in 2 games. He's still sitting on like a 40 PFF grade, folks. So it's not like the light bulbs come on. It's just he's had a couple good games. Hand grenade B, how does someone else value what round a player goes to? For example, what tells you someone is the first versus the third rounder? It's arbitrary, hand grenade. I'll tell you that. It's very arbitrary. Some of this is that you do this for years and years, and what helps me out a lot on this is having in my mind the understanding of the players in prior years and where they've gone, who've had similar outfitted of skills. This guy brought that in this. He went in about the 3rd round. This guy's similar in that way, so I would see him going in about the 3rd round. It's different when you get into blue chip players in the 1st round where you're seeing true difference makers that you see as guys that are, this is the upper crust right here. And, when you're talking about 1st round past the blue chip hand grenade and you're into, like, let's say this year it'll be pick 11 to pick 60, you're getting close into the 3rd round range of that 2nd tier group. And so is there really a big difference in there from your out of blue chip guys in the 1st round to the guys in, let's say, the middle of the 3rd? I don't know if there's a huge difference on those guys as far as their upside goes, but it is very much arbitrary. It's going to differ by person to person, organization to organization, but you can get kind of close with having some of the comparatives of recent years, because that stuff does hold kind of true as a rule of thumb. Let me give you the comparison example on this hand grenade. So running back is a position where they go, no 1st rounders go in the 1st round, right? No guys are going to go up in that top end. But then we get the Bijan Robinson back a few years ago, and even leading into that draft, I go, this guy's going to go in the top 10 because he's in that range of a guy from a talent level of like a Saquon Barkley. And that guy went even high in that draft at the time they were being devalued. So similar, Genty this year, up at that place that's in that same spectrum where he's going to probably test out at like a 4.40 time. He'll have a great pro day, great change of movement skills, all that stuff. he'll go that top 10 place because of some of not only what you see from him from a talent standpoint, but because you've got the track record of a Saquon and a Bijan Robinson with some of that similar difference-making talent going up that high then in the draft, despite the fact that there's a depression with the running back position and how they're valued. John Naylor says, oops, Sam, yikes, he's dead. Scott Huff. John says they need to draft, they need a full draft to assess the Grub offense to include Scott Huff. They didn't get a chance this year. Yeah, agreed. And hopefully he has a very loud voice in that room, John. You're right. So hopefully he's the guy in there going, no. We need to hammer this. Hammer it. Gibson, I know Schneider does not like to address the O-line, but it is in dire straits right now and needs an upgrade. He needs to do it. I don't know what he needs to be. If there's been for years, this thing has been like kind of slapping him in the face. This year has been a full bore Mike Tyson uppercut punch right to the dome. So if this year wasn't the wake-up call, this season hasn't been the wake-up call to him. If this isn't a shining light to show you what you need to do this offseason, it truly does come down to John just does not see any value in trying to build that by putting resources into it. He almost looks at it like you're just going to end up lucking on something that's low cost if you just kind of keep hammering the low-cost items and throw it up against the wall, and a few of them will stick, and it'll be fine. I hope he doesn't go that route with it, but we'll see. Keon, being 7-5 is great considering 6 to 8 wins was the general expectation. We are playing with house money. The painful thing for me is how easily we could have been 9-3. Also, we could easily be 4-9. It's the way it is. That's why I say when you play those games, Keon, some people like, if this ball bounced in this game and the ball bounced in that game and the ball, this call didn't happen in that game, we'd be this, or we'd be that as a negative side. And I always say that's where you can't play that ball bounce game because it played out how it played. And you can play it both ways if you start playing that game to where we can come out to a conclusion on both ends if we want to draw it that way. But all well and good at the end of the day where you've got a hold on this division, a firm hold on this division. You get the win this week. I mean, you've got it almost in a death grip just about, as long as you don't fall completely on your face through the back half of the schedule. And to be in that position this first year of McDonald with this young of a team in general would be just like you say, it's house money at this point. This has been a successful year to me, and sounds like to you too. That's how I look at it. You got the right guy. You've got an acknowledged foundation here that you can carry forward from a variety of players. Got a lot of reason for optimism moving into the future, and hopefully they can finish strong on top of that. Hopefully that house money stack can just kind of keep growing, Keon. I wouldn't mind it. Sanchez B, better chance to steal one from the Eagles or Vikings? Better chance to steal which? What do you mean by better chance to steal what? Can you put what you meant by steal which one on that, Sanchez? Because we play the Vikings, but we don't play the Eagles. Did you mean the Packers? I think that's what you meant. If you meant the Packers and Vikings, I'd say Vikings. Packers are kind of freaky deaky to me. They're a little tougher. They're kind of tough. They're quietly tough. John Naylor says, "Yikes! We've gotten to the point that LJ Collier is an extra meeting guy. We got to pay real attention." Gibson, Genti has over 2,200 yards rushing. I think he deserves the Heisman, but they won't give it to him. BSU is not a high profile enough. Well, you got to give it to him this year. That award's broken if they don't give it to Genti. You got to give it. I know the whole is Boise State, but I mean, like, didn't Ty Detmer win it at one point with BYU back in the day? I mean, if Ty Detmer can win it with BYU, why can't Genti win it with Boise State? I'm just saying. But you're probably right. Daddy Dennis, Giants part ways with Saquon. Pay the price. They let Big Cat go. Another L. Watch Danny Dimes become the man in Minnesota. Very well might happen, man. Daddy, they're not going to want to probably bring back Sam on a big contract. Darnold might get himself paid somewhere this offseason. So, you're probably looking at getting the guy in there that can be your insurance there for if the Rook doesn't come back next year off the torn ACL fully right. And that might be Daniel Jones. And I'll say this, you're going to a place where he's going to probably have an improved offensive line, skill positions on the outside like Jefferson, and a coach out there that can help out those QBs. He's got a pretty good track record of putting those QBs in a good position for success. Hand grenade, honestly, if Pete was still here, I believe we'd probably be 4-8. Yeah, I would. I think I'd agree with that too. Sanchez, either hire a mentor for grub, worms, or move on. I've seen no correlation with offensive line play and production that gives me any confidence in him. Fair. Totally fair, Sanchez. 100%. I get feeling that way on that one. I promise I will have my certain answer for you the day one of the season ending. I will give you my full 100% certain answer on that one. Real cheese, the Vikings are kind of limping to wins, right? They were probably stronger early on in the year. Yeah. I mean, they're winning games and they're finding their way through. And, you know, the last week in that game in the Cardinals, that's a Cardinal team that's hungry to go get the dub. You know, they're fighting their butts off, and you're 10-2 from their angle of things. But there've been close games against the Bears. There's close 10-point win against the Titans. You know, they've had a little bit of an easier schedule too. I mean, look at they played the Colts, they played the Jaguars, they played the Titans, they played the Bears, and then they just played the Cardinals. So they've not exactly had like a heavy run of tough games. They've also beaten the Jets, but the Jets and the Giants, but they do also have quality wins against the Packers, the Texans, and I guess that Niner win doesn't look quite as impressive in retrospect, but you have the Texans that you beat the doors off of at home, and you have the Packer game 31-29 in Green Bay, which are their two big quality wins on the season. But I will say that's one of the reasons I like Green Bay a little bit more, is I just look at that schedule of Minnesota and I'm like, it's kind of been cakey for them a little bit for the most part. Ryan Ball this season has kind of played out how I thought it would. I gave the Seahawks a floor of 6-11 and a ceiling of 13-4, and I think we have seen both the good and the bad of the new head coaches. Yeah, it's kind of in the same place for me too. I said that I saw this season as being the year of the great variance, right? And I was a bit in the same place. I was probably a little more restricted on where you were with it, Ryan, where I saw more of a 7-12. So I saw you from 7 wins on the low end if it was really rough, and 12 wins when it went well. And my final prediction was 11 wins on the season. You know, when it was all said and done, that's where I landed at. But that's a bet, I think, of what we thought we were going to see from the team is what's shown up. I love your confidence, though, at 13-4 on the ceiling. That would have been a hell of a year. Maybe next year, Ryan, on that one. Hand grenade, Vikings is easy to predict. They just blitz every other play. Yeah, they bring the house. That's for sure. How you deal with the blitzes determines a lot of what happens with the Vikings as far as that goes. That is for sure. That is for sure. We didn't look at it, but probably should just do another. We got one more segment here. I forgot to unwind out here. We probably should do it because I'm that guy. I'm a completist. I'm a completist. It's a good time to talk about this as we're discussing this. We got always a good job, always a good time. You want to make sure you're taking a look at your NFC West opponents and what's going on with them. Let's track the NFC West right now. See what they had going on this past weekend. Got to keep an eye out on our boys out there in the NFC West. If you guys aren't aware, I do an NFC West roundtable show every week here on YouTube. It's a whole separate channel, so please do subscribe to that. NFC West, we've just crossed 4,000 subscribers over there on that, and we do that every Tuesday and Thursday. Cardinals did fall to this Vikings team this past week on a last-minute loss. They tried to have a last-minute fourth-quarter drive from Kyler Murray. He was not able to bring them home on that through a last-minute interception. The Cardinals went heavy to the blitz game, and I got to say, man, the Cardinals might be a team just who are dialing a little bit too much to that blitz to try to overcome their lack of pass rush right now. Felt like they went to it a little bit too much in this game, and Sam Darnold was able to make them pay for doing that. Kyler Murray struggled, 2 interceptions. Not good interceptions either, bad interceptions. The interceptions you can't really blame on somebody else, just flat out not good on his part. They did get a little bit more headway with Connor, 17 carries, 68 yards, but the Vikings were able to kind of get better as the game went along in stopping Connor. So the Cardinals do fall to 6-6 now, which works out in the Hawks' favor, of course, coming into this game. But you are going to get a hungry, desperate Cardinal team now at 6-7. They lose this one 6-7. You're out of it. Your season is over from the Cardinals' perspective coming into this one. So you are going to get a hungry team. You're going to get a team fighting their bloody butt off to try to make this happen. The Rams are just not going to go away. They're 6-6. They sneak out with a win on the road in New Orleans in a game that was very tight. New Orleans had the lead in this one early on, but the Rams were able to pull it out at the end. Saints deciding to block with a 4th-string tight end on Jared Verse at the end of this game, I think a couple of times over. Interesting decision on their part. Not what I would have done. Bold move, Cotton. I don't know the thinking there, but I guess that's why you're 4-8, New Orleans. So they help out the Rams. Rams able to pull this one out at the end and go get the victory and keep this set up to where potentially that final game of the season between the Rams and the Seahawks could be the one that sets the stage for this one, deciding this division when it's all said and done. And our 49ers got put away for the year against the Buffalo Bills. We thought it was going to happen. We felt it was just inevitable, especially once you heard that the weather was going to factor in. And in a snowstorm, you had Brock Purdy get exposed for not being able to throw in the elements once again. He struggles in those elements. McCaffrey had his knee explode. He's out for the season. Jordan Mason is now also going to be out for the season. He had an injury. Tough day. Tough day for the Niners, the office. 35-10, they lose in a big way here to Buffalo, but they also have their season put to bed. 5-7, they are done. They're going to try to play spoiler down the stretch for our Seahawks, hopefully, and with both the Rams and the Cards on deck in their slate of games. But the Niner era is maybe coming to a crashing halt here very fast with the way that the season's playing out. And if they finish off with nothing but losses down the line, if they don't find some footing as this season winds up, we very may be looking at the real, true reality here of maybe the team moving off of Shanahan, as crazy as that is to note, with them just being 6 months, 8 months removed from going to a Super Bowl. It'd be pretty wild to see them do that, but it is indeed certainly possible here from their perspective of it. Addicted Hawks, Brandon, have you seen any press conference interviews with Schneider addressing the O-line in 2025? Coach Mike has been pro Haynes, Lumea in a few times. No 2025 discussion seems odd to me. We have not had any Schneider press conferences in a while. And no, quite maybe that's because he knows he's going to be asked a lot about the line and he wants no part of that. He's like, let me wait until we're close to free agency and I can be like, look, we're going to figure it out. I'll give him some ray of light. First, right now, I'm like, look, there's not a lot we can do about it. I messed this one up. I got no answers for you. We'll see what they do. We'll see what they do with that, but nothing yet, Addicted. It's been very quiet. Ryan says, my 13-4 was based off of if McDonald's defense got going right away and Grubb turned out to be a great OC. It's fair. It's fair. Hey, you're probably feeling pretty good about that 3-0 start. Like, I told y'all. Hand Grenade, probably won't be able to watch the Vikings game. I'll be at a family gathering. Oh, that's too bad. Understandable. Gibson, I felt like we could win 10 games entering the season. I thought McDonald would tighten up the penalties, do well in game prep. We are lucky the NFC is rather mediocre. We are. I'll tell you, the AFC looks more mediocre to me than the NFC this year. There's more top end, maybe teams at the AFC as far as more juggernaut types with your Bills and your Ravens and your Chiefs, but there's a lot of trash out there in the AFC too. But it's been maybe a little down. It's not bad. Sanchez says, would you take Verse over Murphy in retrospect? No, I'd probably still go with Verse, or I'd probably still go with Murphy. I trust long-term his upside at the 3-tech is going to be pretty crazy, but I mean, it's hard not to be pulled a little bit into saying Verse here or Sanchez. He's been an absolute difference maker, but it's hard to find the interior defensive tackles that can be difference makers. It's a little bit easier to find the edge guys. I don't know if I fully yet buy into Sanchez versus on that track to become the TJ Watt, Myles Garrett, Max Crosby. I think he's having a great year, but maybe I'm just not warming up fast enough to him, but I'm still not quite to the spot of thinking he's quite on that type of trajectory. But he is having an insane year, so I probably maybe should double check that one. Sonny from the North. The way the division looks, I see us owning the division for years like we have in the past. Do you feel like we are entering a window, quote unquote? Yeah, I do. because I think the Niners, it's very easy to see why this is going to take a few years from them. You see, even with Jesse talking about it with Last Second Sports about, he's mentioned in 2027 is the next time he thinks this team can contend. So I think it's very easy to see where you go, okay, the Niners are kind of close at the end, and everybody would be in agreement on that. Rams, maybe not as easy to see because there is some young talent there. They have the line in place, Kyron Williams running back, Puka Nakua's in the second year. Defensive side of the ball, Braden Fisk and Byron Young and Jared Verse. You got some guys up there on the front. Kobe Turner is a very good player. So there's something there, but I still come back to on that though. Puka's good, but Cooper's probably getting older and close to the end. Stafford, close to the end, might retire and probably logically will retire this offseason. And now you have McVay scrambling to search to go find his next quarterback. And where's he going to find that guy? They're not picking high to go get him. I'd be surprised if there's a guy in the draft that's going to be that guy. And so, yeah, I see those other two teams as being kind of out of the mix for a couple of years. And not to mention, once Stafford retires, Sonny, next year they're sitting on $33 million of dead money owed to Aaron Donald on next year's cap. You would see something equivalent to that then with Stafford on next year's cap if he retired. Hard to see them competing at that point and probably having to bleed the bad money off the books until they can get back around to spending money and getting right. Now, when it comes to the Cardinals, it's a bit different there, Sonny, because they've got over $100 million to spend this offseason. They've been patient in their team building process. They've got some things to work with, like a quality offensive line and Marvin Harrison Jr. And I think the running back they took this year behind James Conner is going to be fine for them in the long term. And Ojulari will be back in a year, and Robinson, who's not played hardly at all for them, will eventually, I think, find some footing in this league as a solid player. With that money that they have to spend, potentially, they might be picking relatively high in this draft. That's the team that could be in there with us kind of fighting it out when we get, the next year or two. But us and maybe them, or us and just us. The time is really right to kind of strike in that way, Sonny. Keon Lund, thank you for the $10 donation. Any concerns for injuries in Arizona? Is it bad luck, or is it the stadium actually is dangerous? Not really as much any concerns. It's been a stadium that has, taken down different guys that we've had to injuries. Richard Sherman fully tore his Achilles in that stadium. Cam Chancellor had his neck injury sustained in that stadium. Earl Thomas broke his leg in that stadium. You've had quite a few, but I will say there's really not a common denominator between the injuries where it's, soft tissue or torn ACL, or it's all over the place, including from, the bottom of your feet up to your neck, as far as the type of injuries that have been sustained. And so I just say that it's just kind of bad luck. They have natural grass there. It's not this field turf stuff, which is what the players want to play on and say is the most safest of materials to play with. So they've done everything they can with that. I've never heard any of the players reference the turf as being bad or anything with that. I think it is just luck. If there was more of a common item there, Keon, of this individual injury is the one that keeps happening on that turf, that'd be one thing, but it's all over the place, it seems like. High ankle sprains. Just about everything, man. And concussions, I'm sure we got a few in there on there. I don't have an explanation for it, though. But no, I don't have any concerns. You got to just play your game and hope it'll go out all right. I think last year we came out of the final Cardinal game there on the road, and we were okay in that one, Keon. I think we finished out all right there. They're tough games, though, man. Tough games on the field, and you sometimes tend to walk out of there with a couple of extra injuries than you'd like to have, too, on top of that. Thank you, though. Appreciate the $10 donation. Very kind of you, man. Ryan Ball says, to tell you the truth, I don't feel like we can win a playoff game with Grubb right now. It speaks to a little bit like same kind of place where Sanchez is on his confidence on Grubb. And that's where I say I do understand for folks that may not be signed up on him and what they've seen. For me, it's a bit of a harder assessment, but I completely understand if you might be on a different state of not being in on it, that you've seen enough. It's just where I'm at on my stance on it right now of it, where I'm just still more in that assessment kind of mode of things. But I can understand getting a little bit more to a conclusion on this one where you're like, nah, I don't want it. Not good enough. Jay Gundy, Mike McDonald's different looks and nickel packages have been fun to watch. When traditional nickel defenses struggle to stop the run, Mike McDonald's is excelling. He's got different things that he brings as components and ways to deal with it. And he's got the buy-in from these guys in the tenacity and intensity they're bringing in the run game the last few weeks has stood out because I know Mike has said it, but it's not him saying it emptily. emptily. That's a new word I'm creating. He's not said it just kind of to give lip service here. He said it because it's what you're seeing on tape too. They start out a run play and you've got guys that are going along the board and they've got a two gap it. I know they'll call it a gap and a half, but they're essentially two gapping it, and they've got to collectively move laterally down that line on an outside zone run, and you're watching all of them lock out, control their gap down the line, and the linebackers fill in correctly behind them, and the safeties come in behind them and fill in correctly behind them. Everybody's on point with their gap integrity there, and you see that play after play after play, and that's getting the buy-in as much as it is the flourishes of scheme. And once you get the buy-in, that's when you can get the flourishes. And I think that, to your point, Jay Gundy, is what we've seen the past couple of weeks is, okay, got the base down, got the fundamentals down on this defense. Now we can get to some of that extra moving parts and stuff because you guys are actually, getting down those basics. You meant the NFC West was mediocre? Yeah. I mean, it's like AFC South, they've got 19 wins as a division. We're at 24. The NFC South, they've got 12. They got 19 wins as well. The NFC South, we've got 24. The NFC North is much better. Obviously, they're like freaking crazy amounts. So they're at 21. They're at 34. So they've got 10 more wins as a division to the North. But then the NFC East is 23. So the NFC East is 25. They have one more win than us. I mean, that's the thing here is like people will tell you that in this league right now, the AFC North is the strongest. And be like, that division's the strongest. It's like, well, they got 24 wins in the AFC North. They have the exact same amount of wins that we have. I mean, I'll definitely say there's not a team that's separated itself in the division and is really running out and away with it. But we're also, from a standpoint of how many wins this division stacked up in total, it's not been that bad really as far as versus those other teams. There's maybe one division being like the NFC South that's really like skyrocketing versus the rest of the divisions in the league, but it's not too bad. Keon Lund says, yeah, Grubb has seemingly getting worse as the year goes on. The first 3 games were very exciting for what our future could be. I weirdly feel really confident Grubb will be good. I like that, Keon. I hope you're right. Ryan says, I couldn't predict anything this year, but I felt like there was a bigger chance that we go 8-9 this year. If only we beat the Bears in our remaining schedule, we will be 8-9. It's still possible, man. Still possible. Especially with the unpredictability of this year. John says, parallel with Hawks 2023 versus the 49ers 2024. Hawks could have run back Pete one more year, but ownership made a tough call. 49ers face the same decision with Kyle. All great coaches have an arc. They do. I do think the Niners are jumping a little bit soon on this one with Shanahan, and I know it's breaking down quickly, but just a bit of a difference to me where the Carroll situation was at versus where the Shanahan one is at as far as recent success goes. And that's part why I say I'm hopeful, John, that they do take those steps, because I think it'll be a mistake for the Niners in the long term. They may feel like they've hit that end of the arc, but I don't think it's for their benefit if they do it. 3 Hours says Murphy is only just recently 22. He's still very young. What young defensive tackle is really blown up in the league in their first year or so, especially when you're playing out of position? Yeah. And they've locked him in at that nose tackle, like you say. It's hard to be super productive from the interior, from the nose tackle position. You're just taking on blockers play after play after play. Keon, AZ will never compete with Kyler. Kyler's like Cam Newton, high paid, excellent when he is on, but doesn't have closer mentality. Kyler's demeanor at the end of the Hawks game was so whiny. He does have that bad body language, and that's true. It was bad at the end of the Viking game too, Keon. Watching that one, it wasn't the best watching him go through on that one. So, I'm not a big Kyler guy. I think there's some limitations to him that you just can't get around. And when I'm paying that guy that kind of money, I don't want to be getting around limitations. I want to be working off of those strengths you got. Gibson says, I think we can feasibly go 10-7, winning 3 of 5, especially if we win this Sunday against Arizona. Me too, man. That's my outlook on it as well. Get the AZ win. Go get that Bears win. Go get that Rams win. Who cares almost what happens with the Green Bay Minnesota game at home at that point? I think you're in. I think you take the division. Ryan said, the only question I have is how bad are the Jets really? We didn't show enough, in my opinion, to convince me we can win 3 more games. They can do it, though. I mean, it's hard to say, right, Ryan? I think you had a desperate team in the Jets trying to go out there and get that win at home, but they're not a good team this year. You know, the record is what it is when it gets this deep into the year. It's not just, you can say, well, they're just weathering this storm or that storm, but they have a lot of talent on that team. It's not an easy out. I don't think it's as easy as maybe the record would have made it, seem to appear. I will say too, there's quality wins on the schedule for your Hawks this year. Denver might get in the playoffs. You got to win against them. I can't think of the effing name right now, but we got another team. Atlanta Falcons, you got to win against them. They're going to probably win the division, or might win the division. But we'll see. I mean, it could go any way. Anybody trying to make a prediction on this one, Brian, it's like trying to make a prediction on this and where this team's going to go and what you've seen from them with so much inconsistency across the board. Can the defense maintain? I mean, who knows on that? I think it's kind of a fool's errand because we just have to watch it play out. It's, that's what you get is not the benefit of having a guy in the first year as a head coach, is that you're going to get inconsistency. You're going to get fluctuation in play. When you start to try to predict things, it's going to be hard to predict it because you're just more often than not going to be proven wrong. So I just let it play out and see where it goes. President, enjoy terrible offense for years to come with McDonald. Why? Okay. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, aren't we all glad we passed on Watson? Boy, am I ever. That guy, he lost it. He lost as soon as that trade happened. There was I don't know if it's all of the legalities that happened in the background or missing the year or the reasoning behind it, but that guy does not want to play football anymore. And those Browns are in a hell of a pickle moving into the future now with the way they set that contract up, and they've kept doubling back down into it. Sanchez, you make that mistake. Don't keep doubling, tripling, quadrupling down. Try to start making the steps to pivot off of it, but. We've long wondered if there's bad ownership in playing Cleveland, and we've said time and time again, the bad ownership will sink you no matter what you've got in the building as far as players go or a front office, because they can come in at just that right time to make those big decisions to sink things where they shouldn't, and, leaning back on it. John says, could it be that Kyler's a great offensive coordinator, but only an average head coach? If they didn't hit on the last pick with Brock, between Trey and Jimmy, the Niners spent a lot. No, not my opinion. So Kyle Shanahan has a head coaching record of 69-58 since taking over the San Francisco 49ers in 2017. He's won 2 NFC conference championships. They've been to a couple of others in that time, so he's had playoff success on top of that record. He didn't inherit a great deep team when he walked in there. You had 2 separate coaches that the Niners had to move on from after they left off of Harbaugh, between the time Harbaugh left to when Shanahan came in there. And they didn't have a quarterback in place for him walking in there. He had to go and kind of pick around to find what he could with a guy like Jimmy. They weren't going to be picking high to take a quarterback at that point. They took the swing on Lance, and it hasn't been perfect there, but I don't I don't know how a guy like that can walk in 2017, get to 2 Super Bowls, get to 4 conference championships, and you don't say he's a great head coach. He's had that defense humming and playing at a top level. He's brought in good coordinators. I mean, part of being a head coach is the coordinators you brought in. He's had 2 of his defensive coordinators hired as head coaches, and he's had to find new guys to replace those guys through. I look at it more as it's a cycle thing where you could be the greatest of coaches and you're going to have to be beholden to the cycle like everybody else in the NFL. You rebuild, you ascend, you get to a contending state, you hold that contending state as long as you can, you keep that Super Bowl window as open, as wide, and as long as it's possible, and then eventually the Super Bowl window shuts. And once that window shuts, now you're restructuring and returning things over and the process starts over again. That's, to me, it's more of a life cycle of a team and a team getting to that point of being great than it is a deficiency of the head coach. Keon, is Mike completely away from the team this week with the baby coming? No, I think he left for like a day. They don't give him any. You're a head coach. You don't get to be away for time, even for a birth like this. You're right back in the building. Right back in the building. And Sanchez, thank you for that $2 donation again, man. Appreciate you. Sanchez, sometimes I feel like the Seahawks are the Billy Zane in Critters. It's a deep dive reference. How many Critters did they make, Sanchez? Like 4 of those movies? Keon, is Mike, Jay Gundy, I think our O-line was decent. Grub system could bloom. I think if our O-line was decent, Grub system could bloom. Unfortunately, I don't believe John will draft or sign after the season ends. Yeah, I agree with you on that first part, man. I think that you'll see a much better Grubb if you can get that line into more of a functional place than where they're at right now. I think it'll take his offense much further along this path if you can get that. But I know there's some disagreement out there on that as well. John says, isn't that the arc? Well, I think that there's the arc of a coach being in play, and then there's the arc of the team. I don't see why there can't be a way that the team can look at it like we got to turn this over in San Francisco, but we can keep Shanahan. I don't know why the coach has to go with it. You know, when Coach Carroll leaves at the end of his arc, he's leaving having had 1 playoff win since 2017. That's the same 2017 period where Shanahan comes in and he's had 4 conference championship appearances and 2 Super Bowl appearances. That's a huge difference between 2 coaches and the outcomes of what they're getting in their seasons. And so to say that we're going to get to the same place of Shanahan and say this is the equivalent of what you had with Carroll, which is not necessarily what you're saying, John, but that's where you'd have to get to fire him, in my opinion, that feels very premature to me. And when I tend to look at coaches that hit the end of their arc in a given place where they've just hit the end of that life cycle and it's occurred, they've got what they've got out of it, it's oftentimes that the coach has done all they can and there's no more answers left. It's not because you look at the roster and go, well, the roster has gotten old. They just didn't quite get it done, but it's just getting old and you're just going to need to have to kind of hit the reset button on it. But if he was able to reset you so fast from 2017 walking in there, why couldn't he get you hit reset again, changing that stuff over there? Would be my question. Why does it have to be the coach that's got to go in addition to the players? But it's on the table potentially too, John. This is something they're definitely turning over right now. Nick McDonald strikes me as a guy who is in John's ear saying they need improvements along the O-line. No way he doesn't address the issue this offseason. I have a hard time seeing the same thing, Nick. I just think it's hitting him too straightforward right between the eyes. I think when he had a guy like Carroll in here before, that might have been a guy that might have been able to help him lean into that manner of thinking when it comes to the line, where Carroll was okay with trying to go a little cheaper on that, especially if it meant his defense was getting more beefed up by the resource side of it. But I think the here and now, there's just no way you can't avoid looking at it and saying this is a big part of holding the team back. I think even the most simplistic of laymen would be looking at the situation going, you need to get a line. Your line's bad. Power Code says Grubb is a sleeping giant. He hasn't been activated yet. Where are we going? Sanchez says, when are you making a Geno video? I was just thinking about that the other day, Sanchez. Trying to figure out what my track was going to be on doing a Geno video. I think I'm going to just do some of his great throws of the year. But been playing with it. Been playing with the notion on what I want to do with that one. it is about time. I've been kind of waiting to just kind of give it the full, let's go in on Geno thing, and wanting to see how the year fully played out within that, seeing how everything kind of looked with it, because I didn't want to be posting a video, much like with the Grub thing on that we talk about Sanchez, where I just didn't want to post the video until I was sure on the final full form of this season, what it took, where we ended out at. Did we finish stronger than we started? Are things coming together? Do they look further away? Geno within that, and his performance and how it maintained or didn't maintain potentially throughout the year. But in general, it's coming up to be about due to put something together. It's a good suggestion. Keon, I think Grubb will be great also. He's young, modern, had success everywhere he's gone. He should get 3 years of the full dedication to getting him in the line. Agreed. I don't know if I'll give him full 3 years, but I'll at least give him a whole another year, and I will work hard this year to give him that line. Give it to him. John says, make a Geno video and force Jesse to watch. Jordan says, fire Shanny and hire Tom Sula. They're going to, next guy they bring in there, if they fire Shanahan, will be a lot more closer to Tom Sula than he will be to Shanahan and his ability or his where he'll take that team. I feel pretty confident about that. Nick Grubb not doing any trick plays in red zone has been shocking. I want to see that aspect as he really exceeded using them at Washington. Yeah, you've only run like 2 trick plays on the year. Just 2. You had the hook and ladder, and then you had the JSN wide receiver throw deal thing that they did. And other than that, you've not gone to the trick play at all. It would be funny, Jordan. Ada says it's tough to say if Grubb should be fired or not, but maybe Grubb should his O-line set first before considering firing him. That's where I land at on this Addis as well. There is a contingent of people that have seen enough and aren't in that same territory, but that's my final point where I land on, where I say, look, let's get him in the line and see what he can do with that. Get him something legitimate. But I get that there's going to be different outlooks on this, and that's fine. I get where people are coming from on it. And coordinator is not one where you have to be as patient as you kind of do with a head coach and giving them really that time to set. Real Cheese, Brando, was Jason Peters signed to play, to back up, or is he back up to help coach? I haven't heard about him since he signed. He's basically kind of like a coach there, / offensive lineman in a glass, break glass in case of emergency, where he could go out and probably in a pinch play for you, a tackle at guard in that way, but he gives him a steady veteran presence in that building with what is a very young offensive line other than Blake and Tomlinson to help continue to advance those guys. So I don't think they counted a lot on needing to play unless things were going to start to get a little bit weird. And remember, at the time, you weren't sure if Lucas was going to come back. Fant's injury was looking worse. Stone was only going to be able to hold out there for so long. Didn't know if you could go to Jarrell. So he's kind of a coach right now. Keon, I always wonder if coaches are playing 4D chess and purposely holding back until the end of the year so they can surge and have no tape for the DCs to review. There's maybe some coaches out there that way. It's ballsy to do that because you got to be pretty confident in your ability to win with just some of your playbook removed at that point, Keon. But it's possible. Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. We all say we need to address the O-line, but logistically, how do we get improvement now when we need to pay the D? How do we get improvement now when we need to pay the D? Logistically. Well, the straightforward place that I've gone to, and hopefully this, I'm not sure if it'll answer your question or not, but this is the straightforward place that you go to here, Sanchez. And this is where we begin with. So you've got 5.4 plus 9 million plus 12 plus 17 plus 8.4 plus 3.8 plus 6.6 equals $62.2 million, my man Sanchez. That is the amount you save by cutting Rayshon Jenkins, Noah Fant, Draymond Jones, Tyler Lockett, Uchenna Nwosu, George Fant, and Roy Robertson Harris. I think that the only 2 guys that are of question on this list that I'm putting up are probably Uchenna Nwosu. Everyone else, I think, is a pretty straightforward, you're going to end up cutting him. So that's $62.2 million that you have to then spend to re-sign those guys that you want to sign if you want to do defensively. And defensively, quite frankly, it comes down to Woolen, maybe not, Ernest Jones, Boye Mafe. Who's our other guys to sign? Maybe Kobe Bryant if the team wants to on that one, but we'll see where they land on that, or if they have Kobe play out the final year of his rookie deal. But this is $62.2 million right here with these guys. You're also going to be rolling over about $8 million, Sanchez, on top of that. So then that's $70 million on the rollover money. If you sign Geno Smith and DK Metcalf to a new contract extension, you will save approximately $5 million on the first year of those cap hits for those new deals. Yeah, 5 years on what they currently, $5 million on what they currently cost. Right now on the cap, you could take off of that by signing them to each to new contract extensions, even at the market deals that they're expected to be about getting. So you really break it all down, you're creating about $80 million in cap space. You can spend whatever you want to spend. The final point being on this, Sanchez, is that in 2026 and 2027, your top three in open cap space available in both of those 2 years. So all the money in the world to make any of the deals you want for any of the guys on this roster and still go out there and spend money on the open market. They are not restricted in any way. It is about cap flexibility. It's about future cap flexibility when you're trying to make these determinations. It's not simply to just look at the cap space and say, well, it says we only have this much for this year, so that's all we've got. No, it's all of those factors brought into play. How much dead money do you have on the books? Like a Niner team next year has $17 million of dead money already on their books. Just sitting on their books. Next year, the Rams already have $33 million of dead money sitting on their books. How much do the Seahawks have for next year? Like $200,000 right now. $200,000. So you're in a real healthy cap situation. You're going to be able to go make these moves. You're going to be able to sign all these guys. You're not restricted. You can still go deal with that offensive line and sign your guys in-house. Both things can be done, and it's not a crazy thing to potentially have happen there, Sanchez. I think you can do both. Lou says, just Gotti back on. You may have covered this, but why don't we use more play action, especially under center? We are so predictable. A lot of people are calling for it, Lou. The good news to folks like yourself that are calling for it is if you go back and watch this game, there's more under center stuff, more under center play action than we've probably run in the past 10 weeks. So it seems the coaching staff is hearing you and the fans that are calling for this, as many are calling for it, and they were starting to implement it last week. And how long before the fire John Schneider chance start? I think if he doesn't address the offensive line, they'll start. But if you're in first place this year with a new coach, you've got, the line is, it's one thing to go and ding on John, I think, for the line, but I think that there's so many other good decisions on it that you can't just make that the whole scope of evaluation for John Schneider and say that his goodness as a general manager or his success as general manager is based upon what he's done with the line. You got to look at what he's done with the team as a whole and bringing on the coach and the Russell Wilson trade, Leonard Williams trade, Ernest Jones trade mid-year of this season. You sort of have to take all of what he's done into account, I think. And I don't know. There may be some people out there that are going to call for it, but I'm not in that place myself or close to it either. Gibson, I give it a year for Grubb. So I was in favor of bringing in a vet, especially with the rookie head coach as well. I believe the O-line has just magnified the woes of his play calling. Always been in favor of bringing in a vet, especially with a rookie head coach as well. They tried to, man. They tried to with Arthur Smith, and I think by the time you had McDonald in here, there wasn't a lot of great candidates for the OC position out there available. Even the number 2, number 3 guys that they were looking at to be the guys to be the direction they go. If they didn't go Grubb, there wasn't a lot of exciting potential guys out there. Yeah, I think that it was a pretty lean list. But if they'd gotten Arthur Smith, it would have been a bit different on that one, Gibson, to your point. Would have looked a lot different offensively. Power Code, one thing I've learned over the course of the past few years is patience. Wait it out, see what happens, and then make your conclusion. The sport is too nuanced to be short-sighted. Well said. Well said. Mr. Isaac says, what's up, Brandon? Hope all is well for you in San Diego. When are you moving back? Oh, man, I'm loving life down here, man. I got sunny days. I got to go on walks in the middle of winter. It'd be tough to pull me back up there to Western Washington, man. I'm getting used to the sun. My old bones are liking the warmth. Jay Gundy says, I might be wrong about John Schneider. I hope I am. Mike McDonald might have been influenced by Harbaugh with O-line building. The Ravens have a solid O-line since I can remember. Maybe. We'll learn this offseason, Jay Gundy. It's hard to say until we get to see this coaching staff able to pull on John's ear, able to have a year of evaluation that they can come back at. I think we'll learn on both accounts very clearly this offseason where John stands on it, where Mike stands on it, and we'll be able to make a little bit more of a determination. Sanchez says, how in the world did Laviska get cut, but not the other person pretending to be a returner? They feel more confident, I'm guessing, Sanchez, that they can fill in the kick returner role versus their confidence to feel that they can fill in the punt returner role if you tried to cut D. Williams. That would be my main guess on that one. And I'd reckon to guess with Laviska, it would also go beyond just what you're seeing from him on the field, that you get to this point of cutting him, that there's something maybe else at play from a work ethic standpoint. Mr. Doc says, damn, I showed up late. Cry. Gino, 13 touchdowns, 12 receptions. Bruh. It's been hard to come by. Nick, do you think they cut Lockett and then sign him to a one-day contract so he can retire as a Hawk? If he wants to keep playing, Nick, I don't think Tyler wants to go to another city and do this up. I can't imagine why he would. He might want to keep his career. I think he just retires as a Hawk after this year. I think that's been always kind of the plan. Kirk, don't you think Draymond Jones will be tradable? I think he has played good enough lately to make teams interested. I'd be very surprised if Draymond Jones would carry much of any kind of trade value, to be honest with you. Draymond Jones is on pace to have 28 tackles, 5.5 sacks is what he's going to look like he finishes out the season with. He's not going to be well rated by PFF. If you were to trade for him, I'm guessing that you're still going to have to pay a lot of the base salary, even though we would have to pay the bonus money that would come off the books. You're still looking at a base salary with him of $16 million. So the question comes into play on that then. Kirk, for a guy that got 5.5 sacks, who's not that great against the run, not well graded. Who's then due to make $16 million next year? What is that guy going to be really worth on the open market? Could there be something there? I mean, maybe a team looks at it and likes, we'll kick him back inside and it'll be a good 3-tech for us inside. But I would tend to think that base salary would be enough to probably inhibit teams from making the trade for him. Gibson says, too much patience, then you could be embracing a mediocrity with no pressure to perform. Don't want a fan base celebrating 9-8 seasons. No, but that's where too you take into account that's why you moved on from Carroll, right? So if you're okay with mediocrity, you could have just stayed with Carroll and rolled with that, and you knew with him he was going to get you a high floor every year as far as wins and losses go. You may have been restricted to the ceiling, but you could have just stayed in that lane if was what the organization's direction was, Keon, John Snyder has been great and terrible equally. His last 2 drafts I'm happy with. His free agents this year have been garbage. His trading ability is incredible in the last 5 years, except for Jamal. Yeah, it's not been perfect or great all times. It does get hard a little bit on times to make as much an evaluation prior to this year because the fact that he's not had Keon the control of a typical general manager in prior years, that Carroll has had that oversight. And we don't know exactly what his decisions is or isn't. You mentioned Jamal. Was that his choice? Did Carroll come in there and overrule him and tell him to do this no matter the price? Doesn't seem like much of a John Schneider typical trade that we've seen from him in his time here, that Jamal deal. It sort of stands out like a sore thumb. But, yeah, the free agents didn't work out great this offseason. I think that there's a reason for that a little bit, Keon, where there was more of a, we'll take the 1-year deals as we're in that first year of McDonald and more in assessment mode a bit in this first year. But there's those good things he does too. Add as the gamer, Brandon, who would you extend first? Ernest Jones or Geno Smith? Depends on the cost, Addis. I mean, can you provide me a little more background on this? Am I signing Ernest Jones to a top of the market inside linebacker deal? Am I signing Geno Smith to an equivalent deal to what we signed him last time? I mean, the price matters on what we're talking about. If they're both trying to make it top of the market deals, I don't know if I'm going to be pressed on either of them to give them that. I need to have the contract be realistic for both. If it's realistic for both, I'd go for Geno because the quarterback position is the more important one. But Jones would be my number 2 guy right behind him. I'm DK and then Ernest Jones maybe is priority 3. But it does depend on cost. You know, Geno's trying to push for 45 to 50 versus maybe Ernest Jones is like, look, I'll be paid the 7th or 8th highest paid inside linebacker in the sport. I'll be happy with that. Well, that could end up changing a little bit of my priority range at that point. John, I really can't wait to see a draft with Coach Mack fully engaged and not having to install the playbook by necessity. Yeah, getting to just travel to the combine and be out there in person, it's got to help. You know, going out to the Senior Bowl and being in person, it's got to help. Addis says, I know it might be an obvious answer, but just curious on how people think of the idea of extending Geno Smith as a priority, but could depend on how the season finishes. It's a bit of where I've wanted to be for a while on this, Addis, is that it's a bit like the Grubb decision, where people are sometimes pushing me very much, and I get a lot of pressure to try to come to a conclusion on Grubb. Should he stay? Should he go? Where are you at? You want him fired? Shouldn't he be fired? Haven't you seen enough that he's not good enough? And I come back to again and again, and I think it frustrates some people in saying, I want to give it the full season. And part of the reason that I want to give it the full season is because of the fact that there's nothing to be gained by coming to a conclusion on either of these two parties in the here and now. We can feel good about it like, ooh, we were one of the first people to realize Grubb wasn't that guy. Ooh, we're one of the first people to decide Geno Smith needs to get that contract extension. I don't put a lot of value in being first. I want to be more right in what I say rather than being first. And if I'm pressed down to the line of being first or making sure I'm trying to be right, I'm going to lean more into trying to be right. And so when it does come to Geno, when it does come to Grubb, I want my full season. I'm not extending him now. I'm not firing Grubb right now. So I got to get my full year of looking at them in totality and what they've done. In general terms and where I'm leaning, because we can say, well, where are you leaning? I lean to the part of extending him, Addis. I don't think that this quarterback class is got very much value to it. I don't have anybody on the open market I want to trade for. I think you're going to be able to get Geno on a cost-effective deal. And if he's going to be paid around middle of the road money like he was last time, I think you're getting top 10 performance for basically the 15th, 16th, 17th highest paid quarterback in the sport. That's good value. But I would, just to get to the final, I don't want to be held to the feet on my fire on this, where if I do switch directions in 5 or 6 weeks from now and where I'm looking at it, where people will understand that I wanted the whole year. I want to see the whole year through. I want to see how we finish, see how Geno finishes, all that kind of to see where it sort of ends up landing. And Addis, yeah, both Chenault and D. Williams deserve to be cut. You're right about that. Mr. Dog, is Pumpkin allowed outside? Seems like the mouse collecting cat type. Not out where I'm in. San Diego, where I'm at right now, we got rattlesnakes. There are coyotes. There are mountain lions all around us. We just heard a story today about some neighbors. Can you imagine how stupid people are, by the way? We've got neighbors who got 2 goats and just left them in the backyard. Like, you guys got to understand, there's mountain lion. We got these in San Diego. You've got these hills in between all of the little houses. There's these rolling hills, and on the top of the rolling hills are all sorts of wildlife: bunnies, rabbits, coyotes, and mountain lions. And these people had these goats in their backyard, just I'm just basically the dinner bell for mountain lions. You talk about a noise that's probably just structured inside their DNA to just make them start like a shark that can smell blood from 4 miles away, like Pepe Le Pew on The Scent back in the cartoon, where you just start floating on the good scent. It's pretty much like that. But no, I can't let her outside. She would be, if it wasn't that, the Eagles would get her. There's a lot of like low-key wildlife out here in SD. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. If Josh Allen was in play, how hard would you go after him? Oh, all of it. I mean, that's the number 1 quarterback in the sport, and a guy still in his late 20s who's probably got at least another 5-6 years of high-level play in his bag. So, that's what do they want, Sanchez? You can't give up more than 3 first-round picks in a year, but 3 first-round picks, 3 second-round picks, I'll kick you a player in addition to it. I'll give you the biggest trade package in NFL history. To go get the number one quarterback in his current era, number one, number two. One of the reasons I'm always hesitant on these quarterback conversations at times, Sanchez, to say with these people, they'll act like there's like 10 or 11 of those guys that are those dudes, when there really is only probably like 2 or 3 of them. And then you've got your next tier down that goes all the way to probably like 12, 13 as far as quarterback rankings go. So yeah, I think that would be a no-brainer one to go and go hard at and push heavily for. But obviously the Bills aren't letting him go away anytime soon. Ryan Ball says, I don't think a new quarterback would fix any of the offensive issues. I know Geno can win a lot of games. That's why I end up that's that lean, Ryan, where I lean into that. Probably where I'll land is on Geno. Addis says, yeah, that's a really good point, Brandon. Thank you, Addis. It's a tough call on that one. I think you got the money to sign everybody, so you don't have to make it a priority too, I'll say on that. You can get all of the deals done. It's a little bit like the question Sanchez was asking about the money situation, where you've got a de facto $80 million in cap space. And that's $80 million in cap space, by the way, with Geno signed to a contract extension and DK signed to a contract extension. And now you have $80 million of cap space. So keep that in mind. Geno at $45 million, DK at $33.5 million on a new contract. Both of those 2 new deals in the first year of the contract, 2025, you save $5 million and you save $5 million versus what their contract is currently on the books to count against. So that takes you up to $80 million. Geno's done. DK's done. Now you only really have in-house as far as your free agent goes, Ernest Jones. And then you have determinations to make about Cross, Mafe, Tariq Woolen. Braden Larson, all I'm saying is McDonald skips the combine, then 9 months later, boom, a baby. Yeah, he was getting busy. They're riding high on that new job, Braden. His wife was like, I'm going to call you the coach again. You're the head coach. That's right, baby. That's right. It's what do they call? God, there's some fancy French name for it. Aphrodisiac. There we go. You become a head coach in the NFL, it's a big time aphrodisiac. Mike Morris. Yeah, John, I don't think he's here next year. This was a year where he was given a lot of opportunity to step on in there, and especially as an edge guy, you had to make the move for Roy Robertson Harris because Mike Morris wasn't able to be that guy. And that sucks, but I don't really see a guy that's going to develop there, in my opinion. I was hoping a lot for him when he was drafted, but just not it. Sanchez, what's the deal Russ gets in pity? Depends on what Russ is going to insist upon, Sanchez, and what the market will be for him outside of Pittsburgh. He's been a guy that wants to be paid highly throughout his career. Does he want that again next year? Does he prioritize winning? Does he take that discounted rate for the first time in his career? That's really the question with him. If I was Russ and advising him, I'd say, don't worry about what you get paid. In fact, take as little as you can so they can build up as great a team around you, and you can maximize out this final run of your career and in a lot of ways reinforce your legacy. But if you go back and you draw for the money and you make that the priority, maybe Pitt doesn't want to keep you. Maybe you end up at another organization where you don't have as much of a chance to win. So hopefully Russ has seen some of the light on this one, Sanchez, and understands where the value should be placed on this. Nicholas says the Mountain Lions ate them goats up. Oh, they did. They took those things down like a tic-tac. But what do you expect? Like Brian Judge says, like Jurassic Park and feeding the T-Rex. It was exactly that. I mean, maybe they didn't have the goats like But you guys, if you guys saw like outside of my door, I can see one of these rolling hills, and you just know every type of animal is up in these hills. I mean, you know it. And that somebody would leave that in their back door open, and the goat's making that noise. Like it must make a mountain lion just instantly saliva start to drip out of their mouth if they hear that sound. Much less, they could just hear barely. Is that a goat? Somebody's got goats? Goat. Ryan says, we've had cougar sightings in my neighborhood here in Central Oregon. Yeah, they'll come down in our neighborhoods here too. And it's not a threat to people if you're in your neighborhood, but if you go and walk on these trails, people like to go walk on these trails in San Diego that are up around these hills. And people will at times get attacked when they're walking up around it because the mountain lions will get over the top of you, and you're walking underneath and they do the pounce move. Doesn't happen a lot, but it does happen. Addis says, if we keep Geno, all I'm going to say is I hope this offensive line can be addressed in some ways. My opinion, I think that should be the main focus this offseason, Brando. We are in 100% agreement. That is where my onus is at. That is priority 1, and that is priority 2. Let's make it priority 1 and 2 just to make sure that we're dealing with it fully. But that's where I'm at. And you're right, we have the defense. I mean, you might literally have, Addis, if we re-sign Ernest Jones, you re-sign even Job, you're really looking at the real feasible possibility here of only really needing to deal with the nose tackle position and maybe edge depending on who you release and cut. Brian, our O-line will be much better by the end of the season. Laken Tomlinson is going to be terrible forever. He's never been good. Is there going to be a stream where someone doesn't want to argue about Geno? No, not until he's signed to a new extension, Jordan. Even there, there'll be probably some moaning and complaining. Nicholas is with us on the O-line. Addis, I think this is where there's so much uniformity in the fan base where there's so little uniformity at times in the outlook of what the proper steps are to take into the future. When you have so many Hawk fans that are looking at this thing going, offensive line. This is where we come back to, I just think that John's getting slapped in the face so hard on this one that he just can't deny it. I mean, I know Holmgren's in the ear at times, and Mike's got to be calling John at times and going, Mike, John, what's going on the O-line? Come on, John. Swedish Shinobi, welcome to the Hawk's Nest. Thank you for joining back up in as a Ring of Honor member. Folks, if you want to become a member of the channel, we got Monday PFF scores coming out. Tomorrow we're going to be doing a Thursday stream, Thursday Night Football, the Lions and Packers game. And we got a call-in show we do once a month, too, for members of the channel. So some membership benefits ever expanding. But thank you to Swedish Shinobi. Appreciate you for jumping aboard on that. Keon says, young coaches are ready to prove themselves. 38-23 with a garbage time touchdown for Arizona. Let's go, Keon. I like that. He says, we're going to get a blowout win. Cardinals are regressing. Our defense is playing great. Warm weather is going to warm up Geno and Lockett's old bones. The hungry veterans can taste the division title. I love it. Keon, let's go. Love that confidence. And yeah, Addis, the quarterback class sucks. Missing arm strength, missing mobility, have mobility, worried a little bit about processing, have mobility, worried about leadership, little too much gunslinger, little too much lack of mobility, decision making. These are the type of outlooks I'm seeing on some of the prospects in this quarterback class. And it's muddy. It's not the kind of quarterback class where you're wanting to reach for that guy of the future. And it probably should inform you a little bit back to Geno, because it is a little bit about, okay, not Geno, then who? It ain't a proverbial guy. It ain't we're going to go get our Josh Allen guy. Well, what if that Allen guy doesn't exist? Then what are you doing? Well, we're going to take a step backwards at the position to step forward? Yeah. No, you're not going to do that. Don't make any sense, does it? Nicholas says, Geno with a decent deal and 2 decent to good guards. Watch what happens. Like you said, hum. That's right. You're humming at that point. And that's where I come down to. You get Geno on that decent deal. You get him averaging, like you did on the last contract, about 6.5% of your cap through the first 2 years of the new extension. You have the other money to then go sign those other guys. Geno gets his final big contract. Let's let it ride. Let's see what we can do. Brian Judge, does anybody think Hal is going to be bad? I can't imagine anybody in the league going out of their way to pay him money. I don't see it much either, Brian. He's on a cheap deal for the next year. So this year and next year, he's on about a $1 million contract. I think he's a guy that could find some footing as sort of in that Baker Mayfield sort of pathway to maybe finding a starting job eventually, but he needs some time to develop, just like Baker did. And give him some of that time and let's see where he's at. He was a pretty young guy still coming into this league, but I certainly don't think that he's excelling past Geno right now or anywhere close to Geno's performance. Gibson says, I feel we have other issues to address more than the current quarterback currently. I could be fine with Geno if we could bolster our D-line to an elite level and get at least a decent O-line. I think you can do both, Gibson. Like I said, you're not restricted monetarily wise. You have with the defense right now, really only nose tackle is going to be the major need going into this offseason if you re-sign Ernest Jones. Every other starter returns back onto this field. Every other one. Maybe you go get an edge if you're going to move off of Uchenna and Draymond Jones to save some money on that side of it. But other than that, that's all you got need-wise over on the defensive side of the ball. Offensively, you're probably still coming back with Walker and Charbonnet. You have DK and JSN back in the mix on that side of it. You have Cross and you have Abraham Lucas as your two pillar tackle positions. I know it's looked rough here as far as the line goes, but when you really break it down onto needs and what you got to address and the holes on this team going into this offseason, it's not that great. We don't have to make that move where we have to say, okay, we have to go light here so we can actually address this, rather than saying, no, we get to address both things. We can take care of both. BP says, I don't think Tomlin won't allow Russ. Don't break the bank. I don't think the Steelers will break the bank either. I think there'll be a team that'll put their line in the sand and they'll say, this is what we'll give you, Russ. Take it or leave it. And then it'll be back on Russ probably to have to see, I've got an offer here with Pittsburgh that's fine, but I've got maybe a better offer over here from a team. Maybe, and that's the hard part to predict. Will there be that team that's lining up at that point for Russ? I don't know. I don't know on that part, but that's where Russ has to make that decision where throughout his life, the decision's been in professional wise goes, I want to make the maximum amount of money I can. And then the win-loss thing maybe comes in second place on that, where if you have to make a decision between one or the other, the money's going to win out. Maybe he's learned on this one, though. It's good to see you too, Slobby Juan. Hope you're having a good night, man. Mr. Dog, I heard Alf lives in San Diego. I think he eats cats too. There's just one more reason to keep her inside, Mr. Dog. And Brian Judge, yeah, Hal can move. I would pay Hal Geno money if we get Geno play, but younger legs. Hal isn't statue either. Yeah, but he's just not ready to play at the same level Geno's at from the head up, from the neck up. I'm currently renting out a small little house out here in Sanchez, little tiny place. I don't know even if I had the money to own, if I'd want to own. I'm so hard to pin down. It seems like every few years I always get a little bit, my feet start to go to sleep and I feel like I got to go somewhere and flip it up anew again. Alpha's a classic show, Nicholas. Addis says, yeah, John has to address it. He just has to. In this era of the NFL, it's a must, 100%. It is. Can't ignore it. Brian Judge, Brando, is there any chance we see Haynes take over at left guard, as there's very little chance he could be worse than Tomlinson? Unfortunately, no, Brian. My assessment on this with Haynes at this point is that he is very much going to need to be the typical help blocker that you got to provide to the right guard. Right guard plays to what is going to tend to be the strong side of the formation. It's going to tend to have way more help than the left guard. And reviewing back the tape on Haynes going back to college and seeing where he's at in his game right now, I don't think you can trust him to have to hold up in the one-on-one blocks to the left side versus him having to play over right guard. He doesn't have the strength or power of even a guy like Laken Tomlinson to hold up over there anyway. He'd be outmatched, I think, very quick. I thought initially, Brian, when he was drafted, that could be the way to go. But when I went back and looked at the tape of him in Connecticut, I saw a guy that just does not have enough there to get it done as far as a one-on-one blocker goes. He's going to need to be more of the... In pass pro, he can hold up, but as a run blocker, he's giving you nothing there as far as one-on-one versus a defensive lineman. He's going to get blown the hell up. That's what the tape shows right now, at least. Maybe he can get stronger with time, but... Slobby1, thank you for the $2 donation. Reek Woolen for Dominic Booney in the offseason. Yeah, you don't see a lot of interdivision trades there, Slobby One. Those are few and far between that you'll get those. And one thing with the Niners here is I think there's a real possibility if this is going to collapse on them that you're probably going to see Trent Williams call it a day and pack it in and retire. And then that makes Dominic Pooney their best offensive lineman. I don't think that they're going to be looking to move him at that point. Aaron Banks, their left guard, is going to be a free agent after this year. I don't think love what they got at center or right tackle either. So I don't think that they would move him. But that whole interdivision thing also would, probably factor in here. I think Seattle would probably try to find some team that, go look at a team maybe like a Buffalo team would like Reek with the size and what he could bring and go out there if you did it that way with it. I like the creativeness of it though, man. BB says, but I think because our defense is coming into the fold, if we sign a Geno extension, I don't mind. That's part of what would inform me too. If you're a team that's closer to contending, if you feel you can contend in 2025, and I mean, say what you want about this team if you're in the sort of negative Nancy mode of it, or that you think this team is not as good as their record or whatever else. If you finish out this season winning the division in the first year under Mike McDonald, it is very hard to make the case that you shouldn't be a team to contend then in 2025, to take that outlook of it. Nicholas says someone should be getting slapped in the face. Geno should be complaining and saying, why am I getting hit so much, John? Jordan, I've seen videos where Dion treats his son just like any other player, so his attitude and leadership seems to be just who he is at this moment in time. It's possible, man, Jordan. It is. I've seen some videos of him. I'm not a fan of just where he carries himself at times and the way he goes about it. Throwing his offensive line under the bus in a press conference this year. He's got legitimate first-round talent, but I don't know if I'd want to sign up for that. I really don't. I don't know if I like the vibes I'm getting out of it. I don't want to have Dion. Jordan, can you imagine how it would be every week having Dion as the dad, giving his own little assessment over the coaching staff, and if they're not doing to his flavor or what he likes and how his son's being treated and what a pain in the butt that situation could become very quick. I just don't want to sign up for it. I'd rather let it be somebody else's problem. He's not that difference-making enough of a talent to sign up for what could be a possible headache there. He's got like a B+ arm. He's got like B+, mobility. He's not his father. He's not 4.2 guy out there running around. So, he's a fine prospect, but that part is a big part of the puzzle when quarterbacking. And it really can't be in question if I'm going to make you a top 10 pick at all. Can't even be a bit of a marginal part of a question mark of you to make you that high of a pick at the quarterback position, in my opinion. And for me, it is. Ryan says, I just hope Geno signs for no more than $40 million a year, 4 years, $160 million deal, and no more. I think there's some good common ground to be found here, Ryan. You can find it through the guaranteed money. You can find it in how you structure the money to land, to ease up on the salary cap. There's a middle of the road situation to find between Geno and the team, where Geno's happy, the team's happy, you're not overspending on him, you're able to build out the rest of the roster, you're not handcuffed because of this deal, essentially. So he says, no, don't give the reek to the Niners. I don't think you'd see a trade like that go down. If he says Geno should be 2-year deal, 90 million. I think there's a lot of creative roads to get here. 2-year deal, 4-year deal, 3-year deal. More bonus money, less bonus money, but more guaranteed money. Just got to get creative with it a little bit. Both sides get creative with it. Geno is way better than Daniel Jones. Yes, Ryan. He is far above Daniel Jones. Far above. Addicted Brandon just saw the news that Mike's wife gave birth to a nose tackle last night. Bad joke. It's a boy. Can't wait for future coaching him up videos in 5 to 8 years. Go McDonald's. Yeah, congratulations to McDonald's. Brian Jett says, woof. So Haynes is a rare miss in the draft from John these last couple of years. Round 3 is the first year starter territory for guards. It should be. Brian, you're right. I wouldn't give up on him yet, Brian. It's more of just that I look at him as more purified right guard than having the flexibility to move between both. He's a very good help blocker that, right guards are going to tend to get that help against the nose tackle with the center. So it's not like you have to restructure your offense to make this work. It does just work this way kind of naturally in the setup of things. And from right guard, he's going to be okay over there because I think he's going to have enough smart acumen to be able to work around it. But he's not going to be what you'd wanted to left guard is, and what you're getting with at times Laken Tomlinson, even though he's really bad in pass pro, is you get that guy that can go up against that 3-tech and move that guy out of the hole. I'm not getting any help. It's on me to lock in on this guy and get movement and to get push. And if you go back and just watch a couple of UConn games of, and you can do this with this where you go UConn offense 2023 with Haynes, and in just 10 minutes you can watch a whole game. And when you're watching it from the right guard position, you're just seeing a lot of at times him. It was that last view that I did where, you know, he comes off the ball and you're expecting him to drive block, but instead he shields himself around like this and pivots himself like this because the running play is going behind this. And it's a cool technique. It's a little bit more advanced than your typical lineman would exhibit to get that block laid. But that's not then him pushing the guy off the ball. That's him then angle blocking himself to shield himself away from the running back to the backside. Or if he was really struggling at times with penetration with guys on the guard position at UConn, he would catch the block and then the guy would penetrate in the backfield, but then he would just try to ride him away from the ball carrier. So always there was some creativity on him and how he was getting the block done at the college level as a run blocker. Pass blocking is different, I'll say on this. It's a different story with this, Brian, as far as I think he's, even right now, I think that he could be a league average pass blocking guard for you at right guard right now. But run blocking is the deficiency. That's the negative, and that's the one that he's always going to be kind of that guy, I think, that needs that helping hand a bit. And he can find some solidity over there at the right guard position, and he can settle in there and you can give him that help and he can be good in that, especially with his pass pro ways. And especially considering that you're probably going to be an offense, if you keep grubbing the long term, Brian, that's going to be pass happy. So you're going to go to his strength and what he does then from that right guard spot, but needs another offseason to get stronger. He's got to bring the run block element game at least up a notch from where it is. He's got to make it functional. So LB1, do I think that Zach Martin still has his football left in him? Do you think we can obtain him? I don't at this point. Zach Martin has played a lot of football. I think that he's getting up there in age. You want a mobile-based offensive lineman at this point, and he's not mobile at his age. So he's at 34 years of age. You've had an issue here in recent years, Slowby One, where you keep going back and grabbing these aging offensive linemen who at one time were really good linemen in this league. Guys that had really good seasons, but then you're getting them at 33, 34, and you're paying them cheap, but you're yet hoping that there's some, revitalization renaissance that happens within them where they suddenly start playing like they're 27 or 28. Laken Tomlinson, Gabe Jackson, Zach Martin maybe has more of the brighter prime, but he would still be right along the same lines of that typical kind of signing that you've made in prior years, which has caused your line to fail. So I think you want to avoid going down that route again on that one. War Chief says, B, not trying to be a negative Nancy, but I hate Deion Sanders. All of his San Francisco Cowboy ass laughing out loud. Sorry, I went dark there for a second. I've been back and forth with him since I was a kid, War Chief. I've never been able to kind of fully sign up for it. I'm never really a super huge fan of the athlete in a team sport like this football that's so much about, hey, me. It wears me out a bit. It just is. It gets to be a bit too much. So I'm not a big fan of his with it. And there's a moment. Go watch this video, folks, of a moment between two different prospects of where, to me, you see a sense of hunger from two different prospects. Cameron Ward and Sanders were out at something in Florida this past offseason, and somebody's shooting a video as the time when I see him with it. And I think that Cam Ward was calling him out in that moment. And I think Cam Ward is built a little bit more differently from a mentality standpoint than Shedeur in that respect. Difference between a guy that's maybe had a little bit of the silver spoon thing going on versus the guy that's really, truly hungry to go out there and be a baller and be great. And I get that worry with Shedeur in a way that it's turned me off for a while with him on that kid. And I liked his video. I liked his tape initially last year when I was going through it. And I thought he was getting kind of sold on a little bit. But the more I've kind of gotten into this one, the more I come away from it going, Yeah, can you imagine Sadir Sanders going through this season with our offensive line? You think Dion would have been quiet this season? You think he would have shut his mouth? Think he would have let McDonald coach? Or you think he would have been in the media? I think it would have been that. John Naylor says, love the cat, so chill. You must treat Pumpkin so well. Oh man, she's got the good life here, that's for sure. She gets a lot of salmon, and she's also a good girl. She's always riding with me. She's always my co-pilot out here, John. Every time I go live, even if she's sitting over somewhere else, if she hears me start talking, she's going to be up on one of these 2 cat trees, rocking it right there with me, with you guys. Pumpkin does get the zoomies. She does get the zoomies. I've got to kind of set her up on it. So she makes me stand on one end of the floor, and she's got this one toy. So this little mouse that rattles is the one she likes. So you go on one end and you throw it down the floor and slide it. And then she chases, lopes after it, and grabs it into her mouth and then throws it up into the air. She's a hell of a hunter. If I did let her outside, she'd lay waste. She'd kill all the birds. Slubby One says, laughed my ass off. Speaking of that Mike thing, Mike has a celebration maybe after he got hired. I think so. Somebody was backtracking in 9 months. Just saying, the timelines fit. You know what I mean? Baby, I got the job. Come here, you. Come here, let's go. Well, what are you doing, baby? No, come on. Come on. Come here, head coach. Come here, you big head coach. Baby. Well, baby. Come on, let's go. My head man in charge. Get it, Mike. Get it. Brad K. Or Williams is a problem in the sense that McDonald knows how to use him as a chess piece. Test him on a few linemen, place him against the weakest link. That's what flexibility does. Great coaches take their players and they go, how do I maximize you? How do I get everything out of you? And then find even that extra little bit more beyond that, total of your upside, so to speak, that I can tap into. And Mike shows a little bit of that ability to do it. I think you see that last year with a guy like, for instance, a Geno Stone. Takes a guy like Geno Stone, not only to a functional safety play, but a playmaker back there and what he's bringing out of it. And I agree with you on, in the case of Williams, you have a guy who is a guy that can be used all around that line. You see many defensive coordinators in the past, even a Wink Martindale, never show the willingness to use him off the edge like Mike did a couple weeks ago against the Cardinals. Because like you say, he's trying to find where I can attack that weakness with the strength that I have. Okay, so what if he's a defensive tackle? He's one of the better moving defensive tackles in the sport. I can't kick that guy to the edge. Like we saw, for instance, the Rams do a lot with Aaron Donald near the end of his career, where you think, oh, he's getting down to the depths of his career. You're going to keep him in the inside, keep him the defensive tackle. But instead, we saw the Rams very willing to move Donald out to the edge and saw them find a lot of success in doing that. And I love that about him too, Brad. You're finding the ways to feature him. Another place that I mentioned earlier on this is the stack boxes and pulling the protections to single block out. You have a Ernest Jones, just bring a fifth man down right in the A gap. And now you got 5-on-5. Now that center goes, I got to block that middle linebacker. And now everybody else is single blocked all the way across the line. And now you've driven that single block for Williams rather than the typical double you would have gotten in the past, Brad, where in the past we would have run a front 4 against the 5. And that offensive line would have been able to determine and say, hey, Williams is the toughest part of this defensive line for the Seahawks that we have to deal with. We're slanting the double teams to Williams. He'll always be in this spot. The double teams will always come here, as opposed to being moved all over the place, as opposed to the stack boxes, which now throw that plan completely out the window. My audio's cutting in and out again? Ah, shoot. Oh my gosh, has this started happening again deep into the stream? If you guys can, hit the refresh button on the thing and let me know if it's still happening. I thought I had done some things to fix this, but we were having problems with it on Sunday with some issues, and I might have to switch to a different broadcasting source. Let me know if you guys have that on if there's a problem right now with the audio. That sucks that the audio is cutting out. Damn. It's good now? Okay. I got OBS downloaded this week as a counter because we had issues on Sunday. So I'm going to try some different things if we do have some issues popping up. But YouTube's been weird lately. It's all good now? Okay, good. Thank God, reject. I was getting worried this week. Like, I got to learn this whole broadcasting sort. It took me 2 years to figure out Streamlabs OBS, and OBS is a whole nother thing. So I'm like, oh man, I don't want to figure out this one too, but I want to make sure this is right. Yeah, the buffering issues seem to go on. I might need to set some stuff up with the buffering issues on the Streamlabs after the stream. Appreciate you guys. Let me know, though. I want to make sure this thing's good. Gibson, I'm rooting for Cam, especially playing for Wazoo, but I don't know how his game will translate to the NFL. He seems to be prone, and at the collegiate level to make poor decisions at times. I think that's a fair and accurate assessment of the situation that I do agree with. I think that there are some things in him that is so wild, and I said it 2 years ago, Gibson. I know you were in here when we were first looking at Cam, because we looked at him 2 years ago, right? When he's first starting there with Wazoo, and I said, man, I love how he plays, but he's a true gunslinger. He is cut from the Brett Favre cloth of I'm going to let it rip, and I'm going to let it rip at all times. And that's a wild pony that is very hard to saddle. We've learned that about some quarterbacks, even Holmgren in his day with Favre, and, he could just barely get that saddle on top of Favre. Just barely holding on top of him to keep him in place. And the second that Mike left, Favre was right back to being a buck and Bronco. So it's hard to do, but I like Cam. I would take him over Shador. He may not have quite the level of talent Shador, but I like his work ethic. I like his mentality, his mindset. I feel like I can control some of that wildness, and his ability to improvise, his ability to see the game like those gunslingers kind of can, to make throws that other quarterbacks wouldn't be willing and wouldn't see, is pretty cool. It's all good now? Great. 501st Reject 22 says, Brandon, are you a gamer? Just curious. Yeah, 501st. I've got a Twitch channel, actually. So I stream over on Twitch on, it's the Seahawks Nest on Twitch is the name of it. You can also find it right down in the description section below. I got a link to the Twitch channel. But I've been playing Call of Duty, the new Call of Duty a little bit. I'm not much of a Warzone guy. I'll do the multiplayer. I like doing the zombies. I'll do some NCAA kind of game stuff from time to time. Really looking forward to the new GTA that's going to come out. I do some computer stuff, like the new Civilization games coming out this year. But I'm getting into some of these. I still love gaming, man. I'm really liking the Call of Duty zombies. I'm digging this new zombie thing. Travis Hunter's a good player, 501st. He's going top 5 though. Addis the Gamer says, seriously though, Sanders kid screams out bust for some reason. That's just the vibe I'm getting too. That's just I don't know if they'll go number 1. I think the Raiders are the team that makes a lot of sense that will circle Sanders. That's the one where, to me, the Raiders are going to end up probably with the first, second, third overall pick in the draft. And there I see Sanders going. I think that Cam Ward goes top 10 too. And not as much just because Cam Ward deserves top 10, but because of the necessity of the position, because there's so few prospects this year. And somebody I think will fall in love with that gunslinger way of him. Hunter's very interesting. He's going to play both ways. I do think he's a top 5 guy because he's just that good of a cornerback prospect. He's so uniquely built. No audio issues here? Good to hear. Yeah, better than Sanders. Cam's just a different level as far as his development goes. Just a different level. All right, we'll get the last couple of questions on in here as we'll kind of wrap this up. We've got a 12 o'clock show tomorrow with the B&B show. Me and Brendan are going to be cooking this thing up and taking a little bit closer look at this game and breaking down this matchup between the Arizona Cardinals. I do want to thank as well Underdog Fantasy. They are the sponsor of this show. They've been sponsoring us for a couple of years here at the Hawks Nest, and you can use their code today, NEST, N-E-S-T, or click down in the description section below directly to the website there as a first-time user. They will match you 2 for 1. So you put $100 down, they'll give you 50 back. You put $200 down, you get $100 back. All the way up to $2,000 down, they will match you up to $1,000 back. They've got great ongoing contests this seasons with the over-unders, which I love to play. Just missed out this last week on like a couple of yards of making about 70 or 80 bucks on my bet, my little $10 bet. I throw a little $10 thing in there that they give me credits on the account to kind of play with. But really fun to go in there and kind of match things up. You can combo it up with some NBA, NFL kind of picks. You can still get in some weekly fantasy if you're out of your fantasy leagues. Jump on in that right now and go take advantage of that. But thank you to Underdog Fantasy for sponsoring the show. As another just kind of final note as well, we've got the Hawks Nest Clips channel, which is going to be, that's the channel we've got running here throughout this year. I'm going to be getting clips from this live stream show and more clips going on, especially through this off season, guys. If you're not subbed up to that channel, you want to be, because I'm going to be really cooking out a lot of just clips through that channel, maybe even on a daily basis once we get into this off season. So please do get subbed up to the Hawks Nest Clips channel. Clips of the live stream show, just little clips that are just kind of not as much refined stuff of what I might upload here to the main channel, just kind of quick and dirty a little bit on that side of it. See, you guys are finishing up on this, and appreciate you guys for watching tonight. Please, if you guys could, for me, hit that like button if you guys haven't. That does help the channel out. And folks, if you are not subbed up, we're getting closer. We passed 18,200 subscribers here today. In fact, just past 18,200. At 19,500 subscribers, I'm going to do a 24-hour for charity stream when I get to 19,500 subscribers. So if you're not subscribed, help us get there. It's going to be for St. Jude's. It's going to be a full 24-hour stream. We're going to do have a lot of fun with that. Really looking forward to that potential. But do please get subbed up. Help us get a little bit close to that mark so we can get that stream kicked off. Hopefully before the end of the year would be great. We're motoring along though. I couldn't ask for more on the growth. You guys have been amazing on that side of it. Ben says new COD Zombies map comes out tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it. I've liked the first 2. I wish there was 10 of them. I want them to do it like they did a couple years ago, where they're rotating through the 4, like you could do on the Cold War one that was out, where, you know, you're just kind of constantly keep going up through the levels, but you're also spinning through different maps every single time. I like the way they did that, and it's just playing pure. I like it. Plays good. It plays fun. You can work with your team on it, and we're up to, I think our highest level we got is 51. That was the highest I've gotten up to on that. Brian Judge says the Sanders kid just screams Johnny Manziel. I'm glad I'm not the only one with that vibe on it. I'm not trying to just do the paint the broad brush of the Nepo babies and those guys can't ever be hungry. I think quite the opposite. In fact, I would tell you that a lot of times when I tend to see former kids of NFL players, that they tend to be, you know, roughneck guys. You know, they tend to be true kind of dogs. Like their fathers have prepped them up in a way to, you know what time it is and know what they've got to do and how they've got to lock it in. And you can find example of that. But he just, to me, doesn't scream exactly along those lines of what I've seen from other prospects that are part of that lineage. And especially understanding the way that Dion was wired and how he goes about his business. And Dion was very successful in his career, and he was a Hall of Famer, and he's a Super Bowl champion, you know, but there was always the threat of the noise overtaking the player. And that's one thing when you're a generational like talent. When you're just a pretty good talent, I don't know, the noise might end up taking over. 501st Reject. Who would your dream pick be in this draft? I really like Jack Sawyer. He's my next up on linebackers, 501st. So I'm starting to get through my linebackers, but he's the next guy on my list that I have not touched upon quite yet to take a look at. I haven't really settled on the guy yet, because I'm obviously trying to kind of look at the guys that are going to be in our range of things. And so I've certainly am very early on in the process right now of evaluation. And to kind of give you an indication of this, let's do this. Let's do this. There we go. Here's kind of my big board right now, where you can see it's going to be pretty small. I've just started to kind of look through guys. If I was to go with my main guy that stands out as sort of the early on one, but understanding again, it's, you can see here I've gotten through like 50, 55 names. Here's my defenders. I would say that, there's 2 guys, but there's 4 names I would give you in total on this. Mason Graham, we're not going to have a chance to grab him, but that'd be my dream kind of defensive tackle pick. can play 3-tech, can play 1-tech, just a monster down inside. He's awesome. We're not going to have much of a chance at him, but he's just good. Jada Barron, or Malachi Starks, cornerback, safety, combo types, slot guy types, just use them all over the place types. Those are both two guys. Offensively, it's Booker out of Alabama. Clean left guard prospect, second round rated prospect. We're picking in the 20s, let's say, in this draft. You want to take Booker, who's a second round graded guy at that point, probably mid round, second round graded guy, and then late first. Perfectly fine with it. He would probably be, if you had made me pick one guy, 501st, that I'd say, like, I feel very clean about him. I feel good about him as a clean left guard prospect. And I have no problem even overdrafting him a little bit of the early guys that I've looked at. But admittedly, I'm very, very early into my process of looking at these prospects. That's for sure. Hand grenade B, what do we do about Abe when his contract's time? I think you give it another year. He plays out the final year of his rookie deal, and you make sure that he's going to be able to stand up for a full season and that the knee is recovered. Play Stellar Blade B. Stellar Blade, I'll check it out. I'm always open to suggestions, man. I'm playing that at the moment, says Hand Grenade. Okay. Take a look. I always like the suggestions. Big Dogs Brandon, the 24-hour charity stream. Hope you're working on a Jerry Lewis voice, a.k.a. Old Muscular Dystrophy Telethon. That's right. Jerry used to be the guy for the kids. He used to be the man. And I'll need to get a toupee, too, at that point. Addicted, you know. I got to be rocking the strong Jerry Lewis toupee if I'm going to roll with that. He had the most ostentatious, completely unrealistic looking toupee. It's like those guys that get the hair transplant, and they get the hair transplant just about 3 centimeters above their eyebrows. And you're like, bro, you got like a skunk look going on down this, you know? Too far on the hairline, bro. Overcorrected too much. A little bit like that with Jerry Lewis and that toupee. Like, man, that thing's like a separate country coming off the top of your head there. Too much, Jerry. Keon says, do you think the Rams are good and will be there for a division title at the end of the year? Yeah, I do. Their offensive line's gotten healthy as much as any time for the first time right now, where they've got their true 5 starters out there rolling, and they're playing pretty good football. Their defense is tough enough to deal with on that side of it, and Stafford's dangerous. You know, he's a tough quarterback to deal with a day at the office, and he makes so many throws over the course of the game where he can just basically beat good coverage even at times. There's not a lot you can do about it, especially having Cooper and Puka out there as well. They are missing a bit of a deep threat, but they've got enough to be dangerous still. 501st reason, the best photo mode. Been loving the fits. Nicholas, for sure on the toupee, Brandon. Jay Gundy, KJ needs to come home and find a position on the coaching staff. Agreed. Get out of Niners. There's no way he should have ever gone to the Niners. We should bring him back here. Make it work. Make it work. 501st B, get the Sleepy Joe cut. I got to work on my side smile. Monsoon, how are we feeling about the Cards game this weekend, chat? I think people are feeling pretty confident, Monsoon, but, you know, we're understanding that this is a team you're going to get their best punch. You know, they're not going to be overlooking they know what's at stake this season, and they lose this game, they're out of the playoff hunt. First, you win this game, you're still in the mix from a Cardinals perspective. Them playing at home, you're going to have to give them the best to take this game. So it ain't going to be an easy one. David Jefferson, with what we're asking Draymond to do you feel like his contract is too much comparing to what the top guys in the get in the trenches? Yeah. You signed him at the time, David, to play 3-tech. You've moved him out to edge because you need some help as a run defender out there as an edge, but also I don't think that they were loving necessarily what they were getting from him as a 3-tech inside. And there's a significant amount of money to be saved by moving on from him this offseason. And you are going to need to move off of some guys to be able to create some cap space to sign guys in-house that you want to extensions, but also to fill holes that need to be filled, like, for instance, the offensive line. So with Draymond Jones, you saved $12 million by moving on from his contract. Yeah, he's giving you about 20 tackles and 5.5 sacks a year. There's no reason to be spending $20 million a year for a guy like that. So I think it's going to be, David, a pretty easy decision on the team's part. I think they would have even made it. They would have made this decision last year if for the fact they didn't know what they were going to have in Mike Morris as that power edge who could have maybe filled in that role, number one. And number two, you couldn't save the kind of money you're going to be able to save this year with Draymond Steele as you're heading into the third year of that free agent contract you signed him to. Thus why you're able to save the $12 million collectively on his deal. But I think that that's going to be proving to be too enticing for John not to do it. The Big Bean, are we done with Reek after this year? Harder to say on that one. There are good things that he brings to the table here to Big Bean. He is a great cover corner man in this league, a legitimate one. He can play man, he can play zone. That appeals to Mike McDonald's scheme and the fluidity and flexibility of what he wants to run out there, being both zone and man-based concepts. He's really good in press coverage, something that also works really well out with this defense and what Mike wants to see from the defense. But the tackling is what it is. And you are getting to that place where you're going to have to make a decision on this that is more about, do we just ride with them another year? And do we ride with them another year and we're signing him to a contract extension? So it gets a little bit hard to predict on this one. It's really based upon where Mike McDonald's evaluation is of him, even beyond, I think, where Schneider's evaluation is on him. And it does the good offset the bad? Does the good offset the bad enough to give him that extension? David says Draymond, Uchenna, and Jay Reed, who it seems like they're going to have to choose between. Well, Jaron Reed's a free agent after this year, David. I think if you bring, I think really between the three of them, Jaron Reed's got more of the likelihood of being brought back than any of those three, because there is significant money to be saved with both Uchenna and Draymond. And with Uchenna having the injury problems he's had, unless he has a really insane close to the year, I think you're just more likely to probably pivot off of that, saying, look, we can't trust, last 2 years you haven't been able to be healthy. I just can't trust it. So I think those guys are more of the two likely to go, whereas Jaron Reed, you can bring back on another low-end deal, fairly cheap, and he fills out the rotation nicely in there for the role he plays at that point. Versus the other guys, David, that are on contract and you save money from, where he's just pure free and away a free agent after this year. Ada says, who do you guys think has the worst stadium in the NFL right now? Good question. A lot of new stadiums in the NFL. Probably Buffalo. I mean, they're just about to move into a new stadium there. There's so many that have had so many new ones in recent years that there are few and fewer of the decrepit old, should have been retired 10, 15 years ago. Everybody's playing in pretty much something new. But I would probably go with Buffalo. Big Docs, Brandon, have you researched the nose tackle prospects for the 2025 draft? I got to have a substitute for my 2024 draft Tavondre Sweat campaign. Yeah, a couple. Tyleik Williams, kid out of Ohio State, is a very interesting cat that you probably can get around the third round or so. He stands out to me. Nazir Stackhouse, fourth round, Georgia, another nose tackle. Could make some sense as a guy that you fit into that role in the long term. The other guy that I haven't a chance to check back up on that I looked last year at, and I really liked his tape, a real barrel-chested kind of nose tackle, is the kid out of Cincinnati whose name's escaping me right. Deontay Corleone. Got the great name. But really big built guy out of Cincinnati. Again, haven't had a chance. I think he's been pretty well rated by PFF, but I haven't had a chance to really dive in too much on him this year to see where he's been at. That would be another guy to maybe take a look at, but there won't be a lot of them, keeping that in mind. You're only going to have about 2 to 3 good quality ones every single year. Judge, I hate that stadium. Mother effing house of horrors, the Hawks. It has been bad for us, yeah. Keon Lund, Green Bay has the crappiest stadium. Washington has the worst field. Mexico City and Germany are also terrible. That tracks. Definitely tracks. The Big Ben, the Big Bean. I seen a play last week where Love yelled at him for being lazy and it put me down on him. Yeah. And it's a bad moment too, to Big Bean, because we've often talked about here about when I watch on tape with Woolen, I'm not always sure that you're getting his full effort as far as a tackler. He feels like a guy that almost wants to avoid tackling if it's possible where he can. And that doesn't really work on defense. And if Mike McDonald has that outlook of him, then that's not going to be a guy who's going to work here long term. It's a guy that you'll probably end up trading. But this all does come down to what is the evaluation of McDonald? Where does he stand on it? The Big Bean says, yeah, I love Reek. He just plays so weak and lazy at times. It just is. It is what it is on that, man. And it does look that way at times. And it's hard when you see it apparent. And look, I don't want to undersell. He's a really good cover man. He can take the ball away, which is hard for a lot of cornerbacks to do in this sport. There are some definite benefits he brings to the field. But it does come down to also that contract you got to send. And, he wants to be paid after this year. He comes to them and says, hey, I've started for you guys for 3 years, and I've got 12 interceptions, and I've outperformed that 5th round rookie contract. Sign me. The team goes, I want to pay 13, 14 million a year and have a guy that doesn't want to tackle out there on the outside corner. I don't know if I want to do that. Monsoon says, who is our returner since Chenault was released? It's a competition right now, Monsoon. They have not announced who it'll be, and I don't think we'll probably know right up until about game time. Yeah, Addis, it's hard to explain away with Reek on that tackling stuff. You got to do it, man. You need to show the desire and will. And like Love saw last week, that was a confirmation moment where we've seen that on tape. We've had instincts that this is what's going on. We've had concerns about it. And now you're seeing Julian Love in that moment confirm those very things that we were concerned about in Reek's game. And why is he getting mad? Because it stands out so much in that moment where it's 3rd and 26. You almost give up a first down on 3rd and 26 because you don't want to run hard, because you don't want to put down your shoulder and lay a hit in that moment. That doesn't work because you're expecting somebody else to do it for you and step in front of you and go make that tackle. That doesn't work, especially if you want to be a highly paid guy in this league. And yeah, it's frustrating to watch because he can be so good if he could turn that part of it on. It could be so good if he could he doesn't have to be dominant at that side of it. Just don't be a deficit at that side of it in your game. To Big Bean, I want to see more Kenny McIntosh. I think he'd be your first candidate as far as your kick returner. I think that's the first guy that they're going to potentially look to here, to Big Bean. Keon Reek has probably always been slender at all levels and never got in the habit of hitting. His athletic skills have been enough. NFL requires every skill set, and that is likely why he was a 5th rounder. Yeah, he's also a wide receiver convert, Keon. He was playing wide receiver until his final 2 years in college, and wide receiver converts don't tend to want to always tackle. Well, Richard Sherman did at one time, but that's not the tendency of what you're going to get when making that transition. They'll cover, they'll try to pick the ball off, but you would think a wide receiver convert wouldn't want to tackle, and this is what you get in Reek, 501st, Richard Sherman would have sent him to the Lord. He would have. Richard would have given him, put a head down. You better believe it. Yeah, returning specifically to Big Bean. I think that's probably the route that they go with this one, is it's McIntosh back. They're probably taking it back at this point. But it could be Charbonnet, could be JSN. There's a lot of possibilities on this one. It's hard to pin down which way they'll go with that one. Hard to say for sure with that. Brandon, thanks for the nose tackle info. Now I have some fun highlight searching to do the rest of the week. Tip of the cap. Anytime, my man. Anytime. Gino as a return man. That works as well. Well, we're going to go ahead and wrap this up. I've hit the back end of this. We got 4 hours in today. I think we put a good show together. Do me a favor, folks. If you could, hit that like button for me. That does help this channel out majorly. Helps this channel grow. I know to you guys will be like, why? What does it do? I don't get it. This makes me show up on the algorithm. So when you click that like button, it helps show other Seahawks fans, hey, go check this video out. You'll like this video. That's what it does by you guys hitting that like on top of subbing as well. So please do hit that like button if you could. Sub on up if you get a chance. We had the Behind Enemy Lines show today that dropped on the channel. So if you get a chance, go check that out. I also just dropped a short on the channel in regards to Devin Witherspoon and a cool little showing of his hustle over the past games of this year and what he's brought to the table that you can't exactly track stat necessarily and see it on a box score, but you certainly can see it on the tape when you watch it. If you get a chance, please go check out that video. Just dropped that one today. Trying to work on an Ernest Jones video. Probably won't get it done this week, maybe by early next week, but I'm working on that one as well in the background, so I hope to have that one out to you guys as well soon. We will be back here tomorrow, 12 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. We got the B&B show, and then we've got the members-only show for the Thursday night football game. So please do join me again back tomorrow. Thank you guys for watching the show. Appreciate the conversation and keeping me laughing as you guys always do, keeping me thinking as you guys always do, and for all of the kind donations and support. Sanchez, Sloby1, Swedish Shinobi, Keon Lund, John Naylor multiple times over, Dave Barclay, Long this with a $50 donation. You guys are very, very kind for all that support. Allow me to get to do what I do here, and that's work on this channel every single day, which I love to do. Be back soon. Big game this week coming up against the Cardinals. But I shouldn't have to remind you now when you got so much at stake. Shouldn't have to let you know about what time it is, but you know I'm going to do so anyway. Don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.